Hey, Shane, 71 picks tonight, man. You ready?
Let's do it.
Let's get to the draft. Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's Day 2 coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. I am your co-host all night this evening, Brian Bosarge, with last night's trooper, Shane P. Hallam. Shane, you went all 32. You went 4 hours total last night. We had a lot to wrap up with night one, man, but, it's good to be back here tonight. This is where the bread is buttered, baby.
Yeah, look, we swapped sides. We're back to the podcast sides here. Exciting. Last night was fun. It rolled pretty quickly to me for the most part. I had some great guests on, so thanks to everyone that tuned in last night and is back for day 2.
We already got a crazy group of cats here in the chat with us. B-Plab here, man. He's ready. McRich is ready. Scott is ready.
Yes.
Nick is ready. Nick's got a question. Right out the gate, man. How many trades are we going to see today? He thinks we're going to see a lot of movement.
I think we see a decent amount of trades. We had a number of small trades yesterday. I think we get a couple bigger ones today. So I think we'll get I don't know if we'll quite get double digits, but I think we're going to get 8.
I think I was going to 8 was where I was headed.
8 trades today.
Tonight. Yeah. Will one of them involve your Pittsburgh Steelers? Starting out here with pick 32, pick acquired for Chase Claypool. Marcus Mosher had a stat here today, Shane, that I thought was wild. We have not seen, we always talk about movement here at the top of round 2. We actually have not had one of these trades at the top of round 2 since 2015 when the Giants came up from pick 40 to draft safety Landon Collins.
Ooh, that is a good stat. It's been a while. I think we think this extra time is going to help. Obviously, it allows teams to make offers. 5 teams have made offers to the Steelers. But I think it's tough when you're staring a player that you wanted in the face, right? I mean, the same reason everyone wants to move up, the team picking there usually has a guy they like.
Brett McMurphy had a great stat this morning as well. Said last night's first round, first time in 58 years that every first-round pick came from what is the current 65 teams in Power 5 conferences.
Oh, that is interesting. I didn't really catch that.
Big school hunting last night.
Big school hunting, and even the smaller schools are still in those big conferences. That's true. Luckily tonight we're going to get not only some G5 players drafted, but we're going to get some FCS players drafted as well.
Probably from the Missouri Valley Football Conference, if I had to guess. Looking at the defending FCS national champion South Dakota State Jackrabbits, I think are going to come off the board tonight, as well as the perennial power North Dakota State Bison. They're going to come off the board tonight.
Yeah, we're definitely getting the North Dakota State. We'll see about the rest here.
Scott Wright back in here tonight, the godfather himself of Draft Countdown. Michael, what happened, Scott?
He told me
Michael Mayer, no matter what, man.
He told me a year ago Michael Mayer is going to be a top 10 pick. I don't know, but I think we'll see Michael Mayer come off the board pretty quick here. Someone's gonna want him in that production.
Got to tell you, pretty telling when both Dallas and Cincinnati passed.
Right, which is weird, which is interesting. Pigskin Paul was on here yesterday. He made a good point that the depth of the class might tell teams, hey, we can wait till day 2.
Brian said, thoughts on finally seeing a first-round quarterback that lost to Vanderbilt. You know what, though? The first-round quarterback that lost to Vanderbilt at least threw for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns against Vanderbilt. I researched those stats for a radio spot I did earlier this week. Will Levis, 48% completion percentage, 100 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. And his
not taken in the first round. So
and not taken in the first round.
No.
Was that the reason?
No, but that's it. We're we got to make some excuses, the toe injury, whatever. But I think that teams are going to try to move up for Levis pretty soon.
The NFL is drunk for passing on Michael Mayer.
He'll be good.
I'll say this. What if Michael Mayer's not the first tight end off the board tonight?
He might not be. I think Luke Musgrave has a shot to be that guy.
Maybe even Laporta ahead.
Possibly. I think that's possible. Could happen. So we'll see. I'm pulling my value board here too, so I can. But yeah, I mean, I think I had only two. I had 2 players that I said were locks for the first round still on my value board. Will Levis and Joey Porter Jr. The only 2 guys is like they're definitely going round 1. But Mayer, Osiris Torrance, this surprised me.
Joey Porter Jr. could come off the board fairly early
tonight
as well. Could come off at 32, yeah. So let's recap. Maybe there's some new people. I doubt it. Wasn't with us last night.
Well, Brian Lamb wasn't here last night.
That's true. Brian Lamb was probably busy with his own stuff last night, but he's here with us tonight. Let's recap, what went down night 1. The Houston Texans picked second, draft C.J. Stroud, then turn back and trade up to number 3 and get both of our top 2 prospects in this draft class.
We saw the Giants take 2 of our top guys last year, but the difference is the compensation here for the Texans to do so involves their first round pick in 2024. And Arizona got getting 33, I think, allowed them to move back up for Paris Johnson and still get their guy and give up 34. It's a lot. I think it's a lot because we feel like Houston's not going to be very good, but we'll see what happens, right? We said that last year, and look how many teams we thought wouldn't be that traded their first round pick ended up in the top 10 that we thought would be good. So it can always go the other way. If this had been flipped, if they had taken Will Anderson at 2 and then traded up for C.J. Stroud, I don't think people balk at the trade as much. It's no different.
Will be interesting to see. I think you still have some belief in Nico Collins as a potential receiver option. John Mechie should be
back.
He's back. So that'll be good for the development of C.J. Stroud, who I think he's the starting quarterback there now.
Yeah. No, Darnell Washington mentioned he could go be the first.
You're correct. Darnell Washington is fun. I will completely agree with that.
Yeah, Bubba's right there.
You tweeted out something that you're doing. You're setting up your 2024 mock to come out. Is that Monday or Sunday?
Sunday. Yeah,
Sunday morning. 2024 mock come out Sunday. Mine will come out Monday. So yeah, you went reverse Super Bowl odds, and so right now the Arizona Cardinals projected to pick first and second in the 2024 NFL draft.
Right. We talked about it before we went live, but it's kind of a weird situation where we don't think Houston's going to be that bad, but they're probably not winning the Super Bowl, right? So I understand why their Super Bowl odds are so low. But Arizona going to pick first and second. I guess they'll be drafting a new quarterback in my mock on Sunday.
Brian says, interesting how accurate evaluations of draft stock from 2 months ago have ended up being. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's got me thinking about maybe I shouldn't put so much stock in some of these pro day and combine changes and just kind of stick to where my gut was in February.
Well, we had Eric Edholm on the podcast, right? He said that kind of the most accurate information when he's gone back and looked has been at the combine, like right after the combine. And then everything else, it gets worse and worse over the course. So there might be something to that, maybe something to look at.
Another big story last night was the Detroit Lions going all 1989 NFL team building last night, going running back and off-ball linebacker with 2 top 20 picks last night.
It's a team with not a lot of needs. I mean, they were a tough team to mock for because there wasn't a ton there that they really needed. It seemed like Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back out of Alabama, it was viewed by a lot of teams as more than a running back. We heard the Jets were maybe interested in drafting him, right? They just took Breece Hall last year. So it seems like him as a weapon, as an Alvin Kamara-like weapon. It's funny, my comp on the site was Javid Best for Jahmyr Gibbs back in Detroit. We'll see if DeAndre Swift maybe gets moved tonight or tomorrow. And I do like the Jack Campbell pick at 18. I mean, I didn't think he'd go in round 1 because he's an off-ball linebacker. But, man, I mean, he feels like a Dan Campbell kind of player. He's going to get 120 tackles as a rookie and just light it up. That's how you help your run defense, right? The run defense was really bad. I think this is a different way to do it instead of just getting the defensive tackle.
Are you buying the report that the Lions considered taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 6?
I'm sure they did, right? I'm sure they considered it. You know, if that's who you wanted and you couldn't move down, that's what happens. That would have been wild. That would have been fun.
Yeah.
Bijan's on the board.
Yeah.
They take Gibbs. Like, people would have flipped out. It would have been really fun.
Some NFL news coming through on some fifth-year options. No doubter here. Justin Herbert has his option picked up by the Chargers. He'll probably be one of the next highest paid players in NFL history very soon. And also the 49ers picked up the option on Brandon Ayuk. Falcons picked up the option on cornerback A.J. Terrell.
Yeah, makes sense. All those very much expected. So,
all right, some other things last night. I thought the Patriots had a great trade down in round 1, dropping down with your Steelers. Steelers coming up to get Broderick Jones. Patriots pick up that 4th-round pick that you said the Steelers may be interested in recouping if they do trade out of here tonight. And the Patriots get the guy at 17 that they would have got at 14.
Christian Gonzalez, the corner out of Oregon, my top corner in this draft. I like it. I think he fits their secondary well. You know, they're not always asking for the big play. They're not always asking for the most physical corners. It's about having kind of that fluid motion, being able to mirror, cover, receiver, flip your hips really well. I think it's what separates Gonzalez in this class. I was surprised he was there, but it didn't fit every team. I think it was a great move by them and a good pick. And they also screw over their division rivals in the Jets by moving down, right? The Patriots move of Jets were going to take Broderick Jones, and now he's out of the division.
Albert Breer reporting that Tennessee and Buffalo were discussing a trade where Titans would have came up to 27. This was before Dalton Kincaid fell. And then Buffalo couldn't pass. I don't dare speculate what Tennessee was looking at there at 27, maybe Levis. I don't know.
Right, maybe. I mean, and there was talks that the Patriots were trying to trade back in, the Raiders, maybe the same teams that are trying to trade for 32. So we'll see what happens.
He's also reporting Arizona getting a lot of action on 33 right now since Pittsburgh asking price seems to be a stiff.
Rightfully so. And, Arizona's already been moving around the board. New GM might be a good way to do it. We will say tonight we are going to tip picks a bit. The TV is going to be way behind even in day 2. So if that's something you're not interested in, my apologies. But I don't think I'm going to fend Brian off like I did yesterday.
Yeah, so can't hold me down tonight, Shane. Can't hold me down tonight.
I guess not.
Big story last night, the Philadelphia Eagles go Georgia with their 2 first-round picks, Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, and then Nolan Smith, the edge rusher, at pick 30. I don't know about you, Shane, but I was looking through when I was doing my 2-round mock draft to come out today. I was looking to see if there was any Georgia players I could slide in there to fit the Philadelphia tonight, just to keep the gag going.
Yeah, look, it's smart. You take the best defense in college football and let's draft those players. Right? Washington used to do it with Alabama guys. Just take the best players. on the best defense, and your defense ends up good. It's what happens. I think it's a good thing for Jalen Carter going here. I'm sure they talked to Jordan Davis and to Kobe Dean. We talked about it a bit yesterday. It's probably good to rein him in if that is a question of passion, of character issue. Now you have this Georgia group together.
Speaking of somebody needing to get reined in, Julian wants to know about our thoughts on Jim Irsay's tweet about drafting Will Levis with the 4th pick tonight in the 2nd round, or is just Irsay being Irsay?
Montana and Young.
Let's
do it. Look, Jim Irsay likes the replies and the retweets, and he sure got them today. So that's a master of social engagement.
Brian says Eagles hoping for that Keely Ringo slide. What about Darnell Washington pairing him with Goddard?
Whoa! That's an offensive player. Let's not go too far. I don't know if we want the Georgia offense.
Georgia's still Georgia, man.
I don't know.
Quick thoughts on Will Levis falling out of round 1. Why do you think that happened? Are you buying the toe injury, or is it just Will Levis isn't a first-round quarterback?
It could be both. I'm sure the toe injury happened. We saw him; he was hurt this past season. I don't think we've ever evaluated him as a first-round quarterback. Like a lot of people that watched him did not evaluate him as a first-round quarterback. This seems to happen with quarterbacks, right? We were talking about Malik Willis last year, Matt Corral. We've talked about Connor Cook as a first-round quarterback. Like this happens with quarterbacks. Every time we just think, teams need him, they're going to draft him. That's not how it goes. Will Levis is talented. He'll go today. He'll probably go pretty early today. Maybe a team trades up for him today. But yeah, he wasn't a first-round quarterback. And once you get to the back end of the first, who's going to take him? No one needed a quarterback anymore past pick 20.
Yep, and then that's what happened. So I felt good when I made the bet on under 4.5 quarterbacks in the first round. I just felt like that was easy money.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I made the same bet, and the same thing with Hendon Hooker, 25-year-old ACL, offensive transition. He'll go pretty early today, but it's hard. A 5th-year option doesn't mean as much, I think, as the fans think it does.
Last thing from last night before we get into the live coverage here of round 2. This kind of leads into round this, so we'll just go ahead and change the banner here as we're now live. They're not quite on the clock yet, but we're getting close.
We're here.
What are the positions that are still strong here going into the 2nd round?
Look, I think corner is still super strong, and maybe it's why it fell, right? Two of the best positions, I think, today is corner and tight end. The guys that fell in round 1, and it's not because they fell that it's strong. It was going to be strong if those players had been taken, if Mayer and Porter had been taken, right? So I think it might be why teams are moving off, but I think we're going to have 3, 4, maybe 5, maybe 6 tight ends today to 7 tight ends today. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 or 9. I say 9 or 10 corners. Scott mentioned, running back, I think, is going to be pretty strong today. We'll see Zach Charbonnet, Kendrick Miller, Devin Achane. We get kind of the next tier down in round 3. I think we're going to see a lot of receivers. It's a solid day 2, especially to the middle of the 2nd round. There's going to be some good players here.
Yeah, I'm with you, corner. I think edge kind of took a big hit last night.
A lot went.
What did we have? 7 go in the first round? 6 or 7 go in the first round last night, including the last 3 of the last 4 picks in the first round. So that one definitely took it. Yeah, 7 edge last night in round 1. So probably not going to be I wouldn't say a whole lot of those guys going early. There'll be a few, that'll go tonight, but I don't think those will go. I think we're going to see corners go. Receivers, another one where it might be spotty tonight. I don't know how many. We'll probably see 5 maybe go tonight, maybe a little bit, maybe more.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think 5 is fair. I'd say at least 6, but I think we could see more. I think there are a lot of teams that need receiver. We'll see if they're willing to reach. I think sometimes receivers like the position where teams will kind of go off the value as well. They'll draft someone we think might be day 3 worthy.
Scott wants to know, when do we see the first center going?
First center off the board. Yeah, that's
probably, I'd say, in the first 10 picks tonight.
Yeah, I think it's got to be soon, right?
Sooner. Yeah, I would say Schmitz.
Schmitz, Tittman, Avila. I think they're all possibilities.
Second round, I think they're all off the board.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen pretty quickly. Other teams need a starting center too. I mean, the Cardinals brought in Avila if they stay at their pick at 33.
So we should note that first round 10 minutes to pick, tonight 7 minutes, and then in the second round 7 minutes, and then 5 minutes every round going forward. So that's when you're going to be hearing that chime go off from us a good bit quicker.
You're on chime duty tonight,
I've taken over the chime tonight.
I guess I have to hit it if I see it first.
So let's just refresh. Everybody knows the chime.
Yeah.
You hear the pick is in. We're going to tip the pick.
You can mute
this. If you hear that, it's going to be a trade. We've got a trade in.
We did have a fake pick tipped on Twitter, which was fun last night. So
yes,
be careful. We got to be careful a little bit.
I started editing the spreadsheet and I'm like, wait a minute. And what's funny though? They ended up taking the same guy when they traded down, because that was Jacksonville. The fake tip pick was Anton Harrison, and then they ended up trading the pick and they still took Anton Harrison.
Oh, that's not even what I'm talking about.
Oh,
I saw Dallas taking Nolan Smith, and they did not.
See, I did not see that.
Yeah, so you never know. You see any edge talent still around in the third? I think there still is some. I mean, like Brian said, it got kind of hit. So I think when we get to the third round, maybe you could see a Byron Young from Tennessee still be there. I think maybe B.J. Ojulari from LSU had bad workouts. He could still be there.
Zach Harrison, Ohio State.
Harrison, yeah.
Yaya Diaby, I think, is another one. Isaiah McGuire, Missouri. Those are going to be your third round guys. And maybe if a team wants to take a chance on the talent of Andre Carter.
I don't know if Isaiah McGuire is going in the third round, but.
Oh, Tommy says Omar Khan's on the phone.
Well, look.
What does that mean? Is he trading?
No, that doesn't mean. That's sometimes maybe he's calling the player, right? I do that too. We saw that last night. So, what's available for the 49ers? 99. Niners have those 3 picks at the end of the third. I think defensive back's going to be big there. One of the safeties, potentially, in the third round, Jair Brown, or maybe
like J.L. Skinner, Jordan Battle, some of those
Jordan
guys.
Battle, Jamie Robinson
Smith from Georgia. Yeah.
I can see the 49ers taking a Garrett Williams even.
Yeah. Because the 49ers have a history of taking those redshirt type players with those comp picks. So
right,
would not surprise me.
Would make sense. So, all right, we're down below 3 minutes here. All right, you want to play the sound? I believe the Steelers are keeping the pick. Keeping the pick. I should probably wait and confirm, I guess, until to know for sure. But the Steelers are taking Joey Porter Jr., cornerback out of Penn State. So I think I should get a couple more points in my mock draft, right?
Absolutely. You probably should. Joey Porter Jr., son of the infamous Joey Porter Sr., linebacker for the Steelers all of those years. And now they get his son to play corner, and this was a big need for the Steelers, right?
It was. They were looking pretty hard at the kind of physical press man corner. It's something they haven't had in a long time. I don't think Joe Hayden was a press man corner. Ike Taylor was kind of the last one for the Steelers. So they were looking at Keely Ringo. They were looking at Julius Brents. They were going to draft a physical corner at some point. I think Joey Porter fits. It's my cornerback 2 in this class because I love the jam on the timing routes. His hips are stiff. He grabs a lot. There's a lot of things that he can work on, but he has the length. And I think that's the difference. I talked about it on a spot you're going up against your Jamar Chase for the Bengals, who, no offense to him, but I think offensive pass interference every play. You need someone with length that can match up with that type of number one receiver. I think Joey Porter Jr. Is the pick. And yeah, I don't know how you feel, Brian, but I'm with Nick. I think a pretty big upgrade over Chase Claypool.
Yes, for sure on that. And the Bears got to be kicking. I'm not saying Claypool's not going to be a contributor for them this year, but you tell me they couldn't have drafted a better player for their team than what they would have gotten from Chase Claypool right here?
We talked to Brian Perez on the podcast months ago, right? He said the Claypool trade was for this year. I think they wanted the extra development time. That's kind of the difference. Is there a receiver here that with that athleticism? There is not. If that's what you really wanted, you weren't going to get that at this pick. Would I have made the trade? No, but I can get it from a certain point.
So now we see if those talks about Arizona moving out are true. Monty Ossenfort, new GM there, right, for the Cardinals. He is
playing the draft well.
I got to tell you, have you noticed this in the last couple of seasons? We've had these newer GMs come in. Ossenfort, Kwesi there with the Vikings. That's who he's with, right? I got that right. And Andrew Berry with the Browns. All these guys, man, these younger guys, they like to move around.
Look, you play Madden as a kid. That's exactly what you do, right? You move around the draft board.
The Madden generation.
You're training for this very thing. I mean, what Arizona did, what Ossenfort did, I thought was masterful because you move down, you pick up the second, the future first, the future third, and then, okay, I'll give up the second to go back up and get the guy who's going to take a 3 anyway. I mean, that's just a win. So I love it.
There you go. And
Tommy likes.
He's Broderick Jones. I mean, I don't think you. I mean, if you would have said beforehand, Shane, that this is who the Steelers would have ended up with, you'd have been pretty happy with that, right?
I tweeted that today. I said if you would have told me like this is how that Steelers draft would go, I throw the fourth round pick in the garbage. I don't care. I don't care about that pick. Give me these two players. Throw the rest of the picks in the garbage. Like this is addressing two of the biggest needs on the Steelers, especially in a division that rushes the passer and has great receivers. It's what you're going to need. I mean, Joey Porter Jr., he's going to go up against Jamar Chase and Odell Beckham and Amari Cooper. Like, you need someone.
So I'm going to presume Jones will be the left tackle there. They'll keep Corafor at right tackle and probably kick the A&M guy inside.
Dan Moore will probably be a backup tackle, swing tackle back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, guards are pretty well set. Center, maybe we see a center drafted here somewhere.
Rappaport said they are on working the phones here with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, because I think the Cardinals, they took Paris Johnson. They have needs everywhere. I really thought interior offensive line could be an area they address and still could be. But there's a lot of those guys on the board. There's a lot out there for them. And all right.
The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
Is it Willie Boy right here?
Rap sheet. Ian Rappaport reported that the Titans have moved up here. So we shall see.
And remember, Ossenfort is from the Titans, right? So that's where he was before. So they make the draft day trade, which we often see with these new GMs as well, making trades with their former teams.
That seems to be what I think the speculation is, right?
It would make a lot of sense to come up for Levis. And I get, hey, not feeling super comfortable. We had Brad on live yesterday talking about how bad Tennessee's offensive line was. Getting Peter Skoronski, I think, helps that. Now you feel better about protecting a quarterback like Levis, who I think needs protection. I mean, he needs time. So, yeah, and Scott says, let's hope it is Will Levis so we can just stop talking about him so we can move on. Yeah, but we are tipping today as we see the picks because it's going to get pretty far behind pretty quick, especially with some of the former players making picks here. So when you hear the sound, it means the pick is coming.
If you don't want to hear the tip, just cover your ears after you hear the tip.
Just mute real quick.
The pick is in, and it is going to be Will Levis, the quarterback from Kentucky. We can finally stop talking about him now after he comes on the TV.
Look, we love the quarterbacks. I think it's a good move. I'm interested in seeing the compensation to move up for this pick ultimately. But he was a player. If the Titans had taken him at 11, would we have batted an eye? You know, I know you and I did not have him as a first-round pick, but I think the general consensus would have been, okay, it makes sense. Now you get your tackle and you end up getting the quarterback, move up to 33, get the quarterback that you could have taken in the top 12 and been fine with.
So the details on the trade, the Tennessee Titans receive pick 33 and a third-round pick in this year's draft, pick 81. The Cardinals receive second-round pick 41, third-round pick 72, and a 2024 third-round pick. So the Cardinals now have acquired 2 third-round picks next year and a first-round pick next year. They pick swap in the third round and swap here in the second.
Yeah, I look, I think it's a pretty good deal for the Titans, right? I mean, you're moving down 9 picks in the third, and you're giving up a future third to move up and get a quarterback. I think it's a pretty good deal. You know, neither of us had Will Levis rated as a first round pick. This is about where I had him rated in the early second, because he has the zip, he has the arm strength. You know, he's flashed those high level throws before, but you know, just the pre-snap identification and understanding how to throw in front of a receiver, you know, taking too many risks. Just the upside's there, but he just wasn't. He's older. He just isn't on that level to me of a first round pick.
You know, I had him rated ahead of Anthony Richardson by like 5 spots. I had Levis 75 and Richardson 80 on my board. So I had third round grades on both of these guys. In hindsight, and maybe it was just my, I don't want to say hatred's a strong word, but dislike of Anthony Richardson as a prospect that just mentally I kept him as the 5th quarterback prospect here. But in all likelihood, probably the better upside of the two for sure. Colts get Richardson at 4 last night. Levis here 33 to the Titans. So,
Anthony, welcome, man. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, look, it's a decent move. He doesn't have to start. Could sit behind Ryan Tannehill. I think there's some similarities to Ryan Tannehill as a prospect with, you know, some of the inability to read the defense, the athleticism. I think it's a good situation. There's going to be a run first team still with Mike Vrabel. They got Treylon Burks last year. They just drafted an offensive lineman. You know, Will Levis could be, I don't think he's ever going to be, you know, Justin Herbert or anything like that. But there's a chance he could turn into a Derek Carr, another second round pick who found success in the right system with the right coaching. And I think that's really what it's going to take for Levis to be successful. I like going up to get him here for a fairly cheap price. Over
under week 8 before he replaces Tannehill.
You know, I mean, the calls will be there. I think it'll be later than that. I think they'll try to hang on to Tannehill. And you still have Malik Willis. I feel bad for him. He didn't get more time to really develop the time that he really needed to develop. So it would be nice. And, you know, I don't think there's one of the worst phrases in football, but I think there's a 0% chance, you know, that Tannehill could get moved even if a team does want to trade for him.
The pick is in for the Detroit Lions, Shane, and we talked earlier that Michael Mayer may not be the first tight end selected tonight, and he indeed is not. The Detroit Lions will be taking Iowa tight end Sam Laporta here at pick 34.
Ooh. I'm a little surprised that they went Laporta over Darnell Washington. If they weren't going to take Mayer, I'm a little bit surprised by that. I mean, Sam Laporta, I think a lot of people liked him. You watch him. I mean, Brian, you watched the Iowa offense. It was god awful.
Spencer Petras may be the worst quarterback I've ever seen play college football.
I'm not gonna go that far. Watching some Division II tape this year, but yeah, like it was bad.
One, group of Power 5 college football. He's the worst quarterback I've ever seen.
Fair. But Laporta, he has the athleticism. He is an Iowa tight end. He has the athleticism. He has the long arms. He can make the tough catches. And after the catch, that's where he shines. He turns into a running back. He can run you over. He has kind of some of that agility. I think he's a good red zone threat. He's not the best blocker. He tries. I don't think he's super successful. He needs to get better at that. And especially for the Lions, that's why I'm a little bit surprised by the pick. I thought they would want someone that could block. And then when he's against safeties or linebackers that match his athleticism, he does not get much separation. So I think there's big upside here, but he's got to start day one, right? I mean, the Lions have nothing at tight end after trading away TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah. Last thing on the Titans before and I'll get back to Laporta, my thoughts on him as a man who's looked at a lot of tight ends this year. This does not say great things for Malik Willis, right?
Hit the breaking news piece. We got that breaking news. Pick 35, right? The Colts are on the clock right now. The Raiders have traded up with the Indianapolis Colts for this pick, per Ian Rappaport. Could this be Hendon Hooker here?
Where were the Raiders coming up from? It's 36, there's 38.
30,
so they come
35.
Up. So they come up 3 spots here.
Past the Rams, past the Seahawks. 2 teams that could take a quarterback. That'd be my guess, right? I mean, the Raiders took Tyree Wilson last night. They still have a corner need. We still have Brian Branch out there. That's always a possibility. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Bip last night said Hooker in Sin City, so maybe.
I don't think that's who it is.
All right.
I'm trying to. I've seen one person tip it. I want to confirm it with.
Yeah. You gotta make sure. But I think they're fairly wide open in terms of what the Raiders could do. They could go Michael May. They could go tight end. They could go defense. Like the Raiders have a lot more holes than they seem. This Lions draft, man, it's gonna look weird at the end. I feel like.
I've seen multiple people go with it now. I'm going to run with it. The Raiders have traded up to replace Darren Waller. They will be taking – are you ready, Scott? Michael Mayer, tight end, Notre Dame, coming off the board here. Pick 35. Raiders come up 3 spots to draft the Notre Dame tight end.
I think we heard the Rams were interested in a tight end despite having Tyler Higbee. I don't know. Michael Mayer is my top tight end in this draft. I think he's a top 15 player in this draft. Like at 18 years old, he was dominating in some of these big games. Great hands, good blocker, knows how to find the hole in the zone, hunker down. Yeah, he's not going to be Laporta after the catch and turn into a running back or anything like that. But I mean, he can get into the seam and make plays. Like I think it's super reliable. I think it's super safe. I think he's going to be a starter for the Raiders for a long time. I like it. I love it.
Michael Mayer was the best. What do they call it? Jack of all trades, master of none. Right? Is that seems like the best way to describe Michael Mayer? He's not the best athlete. Is he the best separator? Is he the best route runner? Is he the best blocker? No, he's not the best at all of these things. But he's really good at everything. And that's why Michael Mayer was my top tight end prospect in this draft class. And I think I had him as a top 15 overall prospect in this class.
Same.
So
gave up a 5th round pick 141 to move up 3 spots. So
I couldn't remember if that was a 5 or a 4.
Yeah.
So the Raiders give up the 5 to come up 3 spots to draft Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame. And yeah, the word out there was that the Rams were looking hard at Mayer there at 36. So felt they had to come up and get him.
The Raiders aren't drunk tonight, according to Scott for McRich saying. Scott asking for fantasy, how are ranking the 3 tight ends? I think I'm going Kincaid. I would go Kincaid, Mayer, Laporta. I have a feeling most fantasy players will disagree with me in that sense. So we'll see.
So you said something last night I thought was interesting as far as the fantasy value of Kincaid. It depends on how premium the tight end. Like, is it if you get more points for a tight end catch, then it's Kincaid, right? Because he's probably going to be basically the prevailing thought is he's going to replace Cole Beasley as their big slot.
As a
so that would make him, I think, more there. Mayer, I don't think he's going to get the share of targets that Waller got with the Raiders, right? So, but I would still say I would favor him more than Laporta.
But look, we've seen those type of, we saw Gronk in this system with McDaniels, right? And now obviously Mayer's not that type of athlete, but really interesting. Yeah, I like Tommy's comparison, Mayer to Heath Miller, right?
I thought Todd Heap was a good comparison for Mayer myself.
There you go. Todd Heath. A lot of Heaths. Lions are building speed. That's a good call. Lions are building
Michael
speed.
Mayer becomes only the 3rd sub 8 RAS to come off the board through 35 picks.
And so the Rams are on the clock. This is their highest draft selection since 2016. Highest draft selection in 7 years.
We have seen the reversal for Les Snead. It was all about F them picks. Now he's like he's the Dave Chappelle Prince meme. Just not Prince. Rick James.
Yeah.
Give it to me. He wants all the picks now. Now that they're basically in pure rebuild mode.
All right, you
are we ready?
Yeah.
Pick is in.
Pick is in.
Ooh. The Los Angeles Rams go interior offensive lineman here. Steve Avila, TCU, off the board here, pick 36. I like it.
I know he's one of your favorites, right? Give us the lowdown on Steve Avila from TCU.
Versatility, man. And this is what it's all about. It's why I know a lot of people had already gone away from the guard center designation and had just gone to interior offensive line. I suggested we do this a couple of months ago on our rankings because the Senior Bowl opened me up to how versatile a lot of these guys are. I saw it down there. Guards, center, whatever. Avila can play center. He can play guard for the Rams. Either way, wherever they have a need, I think he's going to be able to go there. We saw it with Nick Saldiveri, who I think may come off later tonight. Jarrett Patterson, Notre Dame, is another guy I think could possibly go off the board sometime tonight.
No.
Probably. Sorry, Scott. I tried tomorrow for Jarrett Patterson, but
if he's drafted, yes.
Maybe tomorrow for Jarrett Patterson. But I'm just showing the versatility of those guys. John Michael Schmidt's another who can play center guard.
That's a big one. He'll be coming off the board pretty soon. I thought Steve Avila against Michigan in that playoff game, handled Mozzie Smith really well. I even thought against Georgia, I thought he handled Jalen Carter pretty well. That really turned me on to this guy's legitimate and can start. Bubba's saying the Rams offensive line was so terrible last year. Getting a guy that's that big and just, widen the gap. Kendre Miller, who might get drafted tonight or early tomorrow, Steve Avila is often making those holes in the interior for him. And so I think if he can get a better anchor, sometimes he does get pushed back and gets on skates a little bit. His balance needs a little bit of work, but I think there's a lot of upside, as a 10-year starting interior lineman.
Avila 38 on my board, 53rd on yours, Shane. So a little early for you on as far as your value goes, but about right on schedule for me.
Yeah, look, you were high on him, so it's a great It's a great call. I had him in the mock here. I figured he'd go a little bit earlier. Had him to Arizona, I think. But I like Schmidt's, Cody mock a little better, but solid.
Yeah, I thought he could have made a lot of sense for Dallas back into round 1. So
yeah. So it's solid. We'll see if this is a change for the Rams here. Maybe going less flash, more substance, fixing the offensive line. I think you got to protect Matt Stafford if you want to win anything. I don't know if they do want to win anything this year. Maybe that's the goal. We'll find out.
Seahawks will be on the clock here next, and they went with Devin Witherspoon, the corner from Illinois, and Jackson Smith and Jigba with their 2 first-round picks last night. So where do you think Seattle looking here? Maybe looking at one of those edge guys that perhaps, or maybe an interior defensive lineman?
I think the front 7 we thought they would kind of go with, right, is still around. I mean, you could end up I mean, I don't know. There's not a ton of, maybe Adi Adebaware from Northwestern. I think would be a good fit. That kind of versatile fit works for me. They could take a Derek Hall out of Auburn. I think we also could see another interior offensive line pick, a John Michael Schmitz. They need another starter in there, ultimately.
The Russell Wilson trade, the gift that keeps on giving here for Scott.
Yeah. Well, maybe this year Sean Payton can turn it around, and we'll be feeling good, feeling better about it.
The pick is in. And who was going to make Scott puke here with this pick? And we were correct. Front 7 pick, edge rusher is the go here. It is Derek Hall from Auburn going here at pick 37 to the Seattle Seahawks.
Derek Hall's a player I saw last year, 2 years ago that really popped for me in the SEC. I mean, just the explosiveness of that first step. It's like every single play, man. His motor is going. He's explosive off the snap, and his rip move, man. I love Derek Hall's pass rush ability. I think it's what Seattle needed a little bit more of. His bend could be better. He doesn't have a lot of varied moves, and there are times when when I think he could struggle to kind of take bad angles against the run. But from a pass rushing perspective, I don't think there's a better edge rusher left. I think it's the best, pass rushing edge that's left in the draft. And they announced him as a linebacker as well.
They announced him as a linebacker. Okay, so that's interesting.
No, he'll be an edge. He's an edge guy, but
no, B-Plab. They're just not. They're saying Atlanta's next on the screen there. Indianapolis is on the clock here after trading down with Vegas. Atlanta will be up next.
Up after that. So the Colts. Nope. The Falcons have jumped up here to
one spot.
Pick. They jumped up from 44 to 38. 44
I'm sorry. Indianapolis is going to move down here. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So the Colts moving down.
Colts, they got a lot of holes, so this makes a lot of sense here for the Falcons to come up. And
that's the second trade for the Colts, right?
They moved down.
Yep, to the Raiders spot. Now
they moved down 3. Now they're going to move down 6 more. So they're going to move down 9.
Fourth rounder. We're going to pick up a 4th rounder to go from 38 to 44, giving up pick 110 for the Falcons to move up. I got it. I'm feeling Cody Mock here myself.
Cody Mock. That's who you're feeling.
That's my guess. I haven't seen it. I don't think it's out yet, but. Man. Lot of movement. Right, Nick was talking about the chat room. We wanted trades. We got 3 of them.
We got it.
I have 3 in the first. That's 10 picks. Let's not do that. Let's just take Darnell Washington as a tackle. Right. That's what they do. Falcons do weird things sometimes. they're moving up for a player. I think they definitely need the offensive line help. They have a hole there in the interior at guard, but it's fairly wide open ultimately. And we have. I think I have the pick.
I have not seen it.
I have it. Yeah,
You got it. So
I do.
Go ahead with it, Shane.
So at pick 38, the Atlanta Falcons trade up to select Matthew Bergeron, offensive tackle out of Syracuse. I'll be interested to see, and they are going to announce him as a guard. So they're going to kick him inside to guard. Bergeron got some first round buzz. Very solid player. Good length, good technique, good bend. Like he doesn't mess up. He doesn't do anything wrong. But he just doesn't have that overwhelming upside. He's not going to pancake a guy. He's not going to be able to block for a long period of time. I even have my scouting report that he could kick inside. So a solid player, good starter. I think just a rock solid player to move in and could be the left guard starter day one.
I didn't consider him as a guard, so that's probably why I was a little lower on him. I had him at 71 overall on my board. You had him at 34, so right about here for you with Bergeron.
Yeah.
I thought he started slow at the Senior Bowl when he was down here. Got better as the week.
Yeah, got better as the week went on. I mean that's I think Senior Bowl week was pretty good for Bergeron ultimately. And you got to see kind of some of the consistency that he brings to the table, as well as the upside through the week when he can kind of continue improving ultimately. So pretty good.
Sorry about that. No respect in the Bosarge household for the streaming of the draft.
That's fine.
No. So like I said, as I was saying, Bergeron, I thought, progressed upward as a player at the Senior Bowl, got a little bit better there. Good athlete. So solid pick here from the Falcons, even if it is a little high on my board, but not going to dissuade them. Panthers now on the clock, Shane. And, I have noticed that, teams tend to, when they draft that quarterback one, they come back and get that wide receiver in the second round. It's a thing that has worked in the favor of a lot of teams that have done it. Is that and they did move DJ Moore. So is that a possibility here for the Panthers?
They really better take a receiver. Now, I don't know if there's a guy available that I'm like, yeah, you got to take him here, right? I mean, Jalen Hyatt, the receiver from Tennessee, is still on the board if you want a deep threat. I don't know if that's exactly the way I'd go for Bryce Young. Even with Terrace Marshall is still there. And they also signed DJ Chark, I think, to kind of be that deep guy. I know they were interested in Jonathan Mingo, the receiver from Mississippi. I think that could be interesting. Frank Reich loves his ex-receiver. He loved Michael Pittman. Mingo could fit that. Feels a little early at 39 to me. But we'll see. But they got to take a weapon. I mean, this team needs weapons. They have a good offensive line. Defense is okay. They need a weapon.
You may be onto something here. I'm waiting for somebody else to confirm that, what you just said.
Yeah.
There we go. I have double confirmation.
All right, Hyatt would unseat Chark. I agree, but Chark's pretty good. Josh Downs. Oh, we have a pick, Brian.
The pick is in, and Shane was on it here. Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver from the University of Mississippi.
University of Mississippi. I had it in my mock today. In my round 3 mock.
I had Cedric Tillman going here.
There you go. So yeah, I think that big X receiver is something that they really need. Like Mingo has all the upside in the world, right? I mean, he's big, he's fast, he's a great athlete, he's a typical X receiver. He can beat the jam off the line. Great run blocker. I mean, he'll take you down. I mean, he's 220 pounds. He better be, but not very productive at all. He had a couple big games here and there. Doesn't run a ton of routes. Doesn't change direction well. A stiff upper body. Like, I think he's still raw. So to me, it's a little bit early to take that player, but he's probably the best X receiver on the board. He's my wide receiver 10 in this class. But once again, the best X left, maybe Cedric Tillman maybe could play the X role, I guess, would be higher, but that's about it. So how do you feel about Mingo here?
He's been trending up for sure since the combine, and his tremendous testing numbers there. 39.5-inch vertical, 10'9" broad jump, 4.46, 40 with a 1.52 split, 22 years old, 6'1", 226. Could be a big slot here. That's where I heard a lot of chatter is, featuring him there. I don't know if that's where he'll play in Carolina, but we'll see as far as that goes. But you've got Bryce Young, right? You've got to get him a weapon right out of the gate. I like Cedric Tillman here because I thought, watching Cedric Tillman play, I thought T. Higgins. That's kind of like how I viewed him. And Joe Burrow, Bryce Young, T. Higgins, that's where I like Cedric Tillman. So, but Mingo, like I said, his trending up, as they say, since the combine, and saw some mocks with him in the first round. Thought that was a bit silly, but getting him here at pick 39. Now, like I said, both of us borderline third round picks here. I have 94 on my board, 93 on your board, so we're pretty close on our evaluations of Mingo, and he goes here at pick 39.
I think it's just the situation where you just haven't seen the production come out of a situation where that has a good offense. They ran the ball a lot. So you're kind of projecting, hey, this guy's going to be, be better than he was in college. Like, we're going to be able to develop him further. So we'll see. I mean, I think the difference between, say, a Mingo and Cedric Tillman, is the athleticism. It's a 4.46 versus a 4.54, right? Is the agility, right. But at least they're getting Bryce Young weapons. Like, I'm just happy with that, So
yards after contact. PFF had him at 208 receiving yards after contact this year. So
yeah, you're not bringing that 220 pounder 6'2" down on contact in the open field, and Adam Thielen, it's an older group, but that's the case.
My man over here is getting antsy, Shane. His Saints are on the clock. He was not happy with Brian Brzee in the first round last night. So we'll see how he feels after pick 40 here with the Saints on the clock.
Yeah, what are we looking at in terms of like Saints needs and what they could go after here? Once again, pretty open.
I feel I've mocked him a couple of times to the Saints at 29. Was Keon White, Georgia Tech, getting another pass rusher here. He's still on the board with, we've got 250 left on the clock for the Saints. So, I think he's a wide receiver. I thought could have been in play here. Maybe the value's not there. Tight end, I've seen maybe they're not, not loving Adam Troutman or fantasy tight end eligible Taysom Hill. So.
Yeah, no, it's the case. They're a team that could use, a deep threat receiver. Obviously, have Chris Olave, but we saw Rashid Shaheed play that role last year. Where I think a Jalen Hyatt could make sense to them. But yeah, Saints, like an edge rusher would feel like a Saints pick, or they take someone in the secondary or something. The Saints are a tough team. There's a couple teams I feel like always tough to figure out.
Yeah, and the pick is in, so let's see if we've got it here yet. So they are not moving back.
It's good saying Adebaware. They like big edges as well. That would make a lot of sense.
The pick is in, and you're going to like it, Shane.
Oh, okay.
Scott Wright is going to like it.
Oh, I know who it is. Give us a little jingle then.
Saints will be selecting Notre Dame edge rusher Isaiah Foskey. Shane, double-digit sack production in the last couple of seasons for Notre Dame.
Yeah, last 2 years for Notre Dame, I thought he was heavily underrated. I mean, people were pushing him down to the third round. He was once kind of considered a first round lock, but I don't know. He checks the boxes for me. Isaiah Foskey is smart, elite production. He reads the offensive tackle and takes their weakness and uses it against them. Like, I love that he has a lot of pass rush moves. And he's disciplined. Like, I think he's a better athlete than he looks on film. We'll see if he can play up to that. As long as if he gets engaged, I think he has trouble getting off. And he struggled against some of the better offensive tackles that he played. He kind of feasted on some of the average guys. Not the most explosive. But I just don't think production lies. Like, I don't think the production Notre Dame for 2 seasons sacks lies. I think Isaiah Foskey's a really good pick. And I mean, the Saints fixing their biggest hole in that front seven.
Yeah, that was definitely their front seven, the biggest needs for the Saints. They addressed that with the first 2 picks with Brzee and Isaiah Foskey. Still relatively young, 22 and a half, 6'4", almost 6'5", 262. Were you surprised with his test numbers?
I was. Like I said, I think he's a better athlete than he looked on film, because I don't think he necessarily plays up to the even the testing that he had.
Yeah, 9.59 Raz from here. 23rd on your board, Shane. Coming off here at pick 40, 35 on mine.
I thought I was going to be way too high on him. Like, I thought the NFL is going to be lower than I am. We haven't heard much buzz about him. I'm glad, because I think he's going to be a better player than some of the edge rushers taken in front of him. Like, I would take Isaiah Foskey over Lucas Van Ness. I think he's a better player.
I wholeheartedly agree that he's a better player. I think he's a better player and prospect than Lucas Van Ness. So I'm with you on that. Cardinals on the clock now. This is after their trade back with the Titans. What could the Cardinals be looking at here after moving back? Brian Branch still on the board.
Brian Branch, we're getting that in the chat a lot, right? Tommy's suggesting into the Saints. Anthony with a good call. Foskey, similar build to Marcus Davenport, fill that role pretty easily.
So let's not compare him to Marcus Davenport, please. We don't want to put that kind of bad juju on him.
Oh, Marcus Davenport was good. I mean, the Cardinals, again, just they have so many needs. Like, I think it's about best available. They could take a corner here. I think there's still some good corner value. We haven't really seen one go off the board here. DJ Turner, Cam Smith. I think they could still go interior line. John Michael Schmitz, Cody Mock, Joe Tippmann. I don't know. I don't see a position. I'm like, yeah, they're good. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. There really isn't a spot where you can say, yeah, like you said, they could use corner here as well if they indeed play Branch there, or safety. I mean, not safety, because they just bring us. That's why Buda Baker, or is he just demanding a trade because he wants the hell out of there? So
right. You might want that. They need a running back. They need a receiver if they trade DeAndre Hopkins. They need a tight end.
The run on edge continues here with pick 41. The Arizona Cardinals will be selecting LSU edge rusher B.J. Ojulari at pick 41.
Wow. I'm a little bit surprised. I like B.J. Ojulari. I think he's a good player, very smart. I think he's a very instinctual edge rusher and defender against the run, because he could set the edge a little bit. Good technique against running backs. Like, when he gets there, he gets his top speed pretty quick. Handwork's good, but like, second level, if he gets hit by a lineman, he's out. He can be almost too patient and give up some easy yards and wait to. I hate that lack of aggressiveness. And like, he's a stiff player. He's not a super athlete, and that's why I thought maybe he'd fall further in the draft, because he doesn't have that athleticism that I think you want ultimately. To me, when I watch him on film.
One of the younger players in this draft class, just a shade over 21 as a rookie, but 6'2", 248. Incomplete athletic profile, didn't run a 40 or a short shuttle, and the lowest RAS score to be drafted so far at 486. He's the first one in the red to come off the board. 54 on your board, 70 on mine. I was the poor testing kind of took it out of me with Ojolari.
Yeah, I thought he got bumped up a little bit with the pro days, but still just in that red RAS of 493, I think, after the pro days. But our first red of the draft. So that's the problem. But he's a good football player, right? And I think that maybe should have a little more credence. There's been a lot of talk, and I think it's a good time to mention, like when these low RAS guys get drafted high, they generally are good in the NFL. That's the difference, because for you to take a guy that's below 50 percentile athlete, he better be good, and they usually are. Oh, we are a pick ahead already. Jeez.
Yes. The Green Bay Packers pick is in at pick 41. I'm sorry, pick 42. And another tight end has come off the board that isn't Darnell Washington of Georgia. It is Luke Musgrave, the tight end from Oregon State, going here to the Green Bay Packers at pick 42.
I'm not sure if I had him at 42, but I did have him to the Packers, maybe because I have two picks here. Boom, boom. I did have him to the Packers in my day 2 mock. I don't know if you did as well, but makes a lot of sense. Luke Musgrave is, just all upside. Insane athlete. He's a great red zone threat and flashed it with the 2 games this year, but he hasn't played very much. Ton of drops, more drops than touchdowns. He's not going to block for you. This is an offensive weapon for Jordan Love. And where I think we see Musgrave more as a big receiver, similar to Kincaid, than we see. I just don't. In my 10-5, I see the upside. I just don't know if I can fully buy in. I don't know how you feel about Musgrave, Brian.
Lack of tape this year was. I didn't see him play at the Senior Bowl, of which he looked good at the Senior Bowl, but not a blocker at all. He's going to stretch the field for you, though. He's going to be a field stretching tight end, the likes that the Packers, I don't think, have seen in quite some time. Degara is more of an H-back for them, so there's not going to be overlap there. Do you think Washington would have been a better fit here for Green Bay, or do you think Musgrave is good here?
No, I think Musgrave's good here. I think there was some consideration even for, late round 1, had the tight ends gone earlier for him. I think it's probably the best fit. I'm here for it.
So there you go, Luke Musgrave. Pick is in for the Packers. They're now showing it on TV here.
Look, Anthony's saying draft Washington too in 2 picks. 3 picks.
Sure, why not? Jets on the clock now. And they had a night last night, right? With trading up after the trade back. No, they didn't.
They got traded over by the Steelers.
Yeah, traded over.
Will McDonald.
So they take Will McDonald.
Right.
Yeah. Which was a surprise pick that high. But Jets come back on the clock here at pick 43. What are we looking for here?
Right. I mean, the logical conclusion would be an offensive tackle, but I just don't see one that I think is worth a pick. I don't know if they want another big, type like DeJuan Jones here, right? So
unless you're reaching for someone like Jalen Duncan, or Blake Freeland, I'm with you. I don't know that we want to reach here. DeJuan Jones is the only.
We have heard rumors that that they were looking offensive weapon, maybe in Jahmyr Gibbs, JSN. Maybe they could take a receiver. I also think linebacker. Maybe we see an off-ball linebacker come off the board here, right? We still got
We've only seen one of those come off the board.
Still got Trenton Simpson. I mean, I think even a Deion Henley, DeMarvin Overshawn wouldn't be a bad move. They need a safety. Brian Branch is still out there. Quan Martin. lots of possibilities for the Jets.
Correct. Could be a nickel possibility there with Branch as well. Jets can use an upgrade. Their corner is not great, so we could just see a pure straight man corner.
Yeah. If he's tight end landing spots for fantasy, though, looking good. I mean, you're in the tight end premium league, FFPC. I'm drafting a lot of tight ends.
A lot of good corners still on the board. Cam Smith, South Carolina, Keely Ringo,
DJ Turner.
So, I mean, this feels like, a run here. I kind of want them to stay on the board, for selfish sake here, but I don't want to see that corner run. And we will not see a corner here. Our man Billy Ricchetti got the scoop here for the Jets pick over at Jets Wire, and we're going interior offensive line. It's going to be Joe Tipman, Wisconsin, coming off the board at pick 43 for the New York Jets.
Joe Tipman, my interior lineman 6. He's an athlete. He's top tier athlete, explosive off the snap. He'll pop you. He'll hit you. Moves very fluidly. So, there's a lot of upside. You can see it. I mean, in the run game, I think for Breece Hall, this is as good. He's a lead blocker. We saw him with Braylon Allen, creating holes. Joe Tipman's going to be good for this run game for the Jets. But he can get pushed around. He's not like super strong to me. He's not overwhelming. Like, he should be better than he is. But I think there's big upside here ultimately.
No athletic testing really for Joe Tipman here. He did have 30 bench press reps at the pro day. But Shane, this is one of those things where when we do our boards, we don't see each other's boards when we do them. And yet Joe Tipman, we both end up having him as a 62nd overall player.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. I think 62's good. And as we're kind of moving, I'm a little surprised they went with him over John Michael Schmitz. I mean, I know they brought John Michael Schmitz in for a visit, so
that's right. So
he's following.
Interesting. Where do you let's shout out to Miranda Wilhelm, our writer at Draft Countdown, big Pack fan. She's loving that Musgrave pick. So
as she should. She was saying that last night. She was hoping for him. So Pats go running back. I don't know if that'll happen. I think receiver is more likely for the Patriots coming up if they're going to go with an offensive skill position.
Tipman, center or guard for the Jets?
Center. Yeah, I think they need a center pretty badly. That was a big hole in that offensive line was the center position. I think I had my final mock 7-round mock them go and tackle center because they need it. So, but he's such a good pull center, pull guard. There's a lot you could do with him with Joe Tipman.
There you go. Colts back on the clock.
Moved down twice.
Maybe they'll take a pick here. We don't know.
Keely Ringo, right? Like, I feel like they need that.
Yeah, this big corner, a big corner spot here, right? And we have we seen one tonight other than Porter? We let off with one, right?
Yeah, Porter was the only one so far.
Yeah, so that run's got to start here at some point.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys I thought had a first round chance. Still on the board total, so we'll see.
Well, the Colts have turned the card in, so we'll see who they are going with.
Yeah, Brian is
and we are. Here we go. We had the position right.
Don't tip until the sound. You gotta give people the chance.
That's right. So, cornerback does come off the board here at pick 44 of the Indianapolis Colts. It is Kansas State cornerback Julius Brents. Long athlete here. One of the better testing corners in this year's class.
Yeah. I mean, he's big, long, like you said, physical, plays in the run game well, which I think was what the Colts were looking at, kind of these big press corners. There's a lot of them out here. So he didn't press as much as I would hope for, but like I feel like he could do it. He obviously is pretty high cut. A big upside with Julius Brents ultimately. So I like the pick. I think if he can kind of loosen those hips a bit, sink a little bit better, he could be a corner one.
Yeah, what he is agile. Tested as a 9.99 RAS, 405 Shane in the short shuttle, and a 6'6" three-cone. Pretty ridiculous for a 6'3", 202-pound cornerback who also had a 1.5 10-yard split with a 41.5-inch vertical and 11'6" broad jump.
Nelly with the Colts going for a high RAS.
I didn't even put that together. Did not even put that together.
Shocking. They take a 10 RAS yesterday
and a 9.99 RAS.
A 999 in Julius Brents today. So we'll see. We'll see if they can beat last year. What was you remember what their lowest was last year? It was like 98.9.8 something. Like we'll see if they can beat it this year.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it was 9.1. I think was their lowest RAS. It was some kind of ridiculous.
It was in the nines. So.
Yeah, I'll look that up.
Tommy, a little worried. Joe Tippmann is 6'6". I think that is a concern. He is pretty tall and sometimes doesn't get that leverage. So fair point. We'll see if he can work with Aaron Rodgers there in New York. Who we have up next?
Is it Green Bay again?
Green Bay back, yeah, right. So that was the Cleveland pick at 42 they got from the Jets, and now it's their own pick here at 45 for the Green Bay Packers.
Last year, this was the RAS scores for the players drafted by the Colts: 9.8, 10, 9.86, 9.87, 9.13, 9.1, 9.49, 9.25.
That's that day, day 3, you start taking the 9.1s and getting down. I mean, that's 91st percentile athletes for their position since 1987. That's pretty good. Paul, I like the way Paul's thinking for this Packers pick. I think Brian Branch is someone that they have.
We mocked to him at 15 at times.
Right. I've done that. I think it's a need to get kind of a nickel corner that can play safety. I think he fits the Packers well. I like that. Breaking news. If we want,
is it a trade?
It is a trade. We have my favorite type of trade in the draft, an intra-division trade. The Lions moving up again. The Lions are moving around the board. I'm assuming from 55 to 45, 10 picks. They already took their trade in.
They come up from 48.
Are they coming up from 48? I didn't see the trade yet.
Yeah.
Okay. They have 48 and 55. So, yeah, Green Bay is down to 48. You're correct.
Yeah.
So only three picks, jumping New England and Washington.
Interesting. What did
Torrance?
Could be still on the board. Guy we thought they could have taken in the first round. So that would be interesting if that is indeed the pick here. I know Jeff Risdon was all about that. So
maybe more speed, right? I mean, they've been drafting a very fast grouping here. Maybe who's some of these first rounders that are falling. Brian Branch we talked about could be a possibility. Maybe corner Turner, Cam Smith, Torrance, Keanu Benton. I think there's some possibilities.
Here we go. Pick us in.
Pick us in.
The fall for Alabama safety corner Brian Branch has ended.
Ooh.
Detroit moves up 3 spots. So that tells me Green Bay didn't want him, right?
Yeah, at least didn't want him enough to not move down. I mean, I guess if you did want him at all, you wouldn't make the trade with the Lions, right? But I mean, the Washington was probably they drafted Forbes though. The Pats drafted Gonzalez, but interesting move for the Lions are definitely going to have this draft that we're like could be really good. Could could have been some weird trades and moves.
This makes a lot of sense from a fit standpoint because we talked about it last night. Cam Sutton, right? Well, no, they brought Cam Sutton in from Pittsburgh.
Right.
So that's a little – but anyway, from a personality standpoint is where I was going here because as we talked about it yesterday or Wednesday maybe on the podcast, it's all running together. Brian Branch is the best tackler in this draft class, not just at safety or linebacker, wherever. He missed 4 tackles his entire career at Alabama. So that's something like that Dan Campbell and that group love.
Right. He's just not a top athlete, but he's a tough player ultimately. So he's my number 1 safety in this class. I mean, I think he's the tackles, flashing in that slot role. He can cover well. I really like the pick for the Lions. I think they needed a safety. It was kind of something they identified early for them to potentially go after. So I dig it.
Yeah,
Patriots are up here at 46. And that pick is in.
Ooh. And it is a pretty solid pick.
Play the sound first.
The New England Patriots are selecting Georgia Tech edge rusher Keon White. Late bloomer. White, 6th-year player, transferred from Old Dominion where he was a tight end. But if you put on one game tape this year, you can put on that tape against North Carolina and watch Keon White go to work on next potential top 10 quarterback next year in Drake May.
Yeah. I mean, like Derek Hall, Keon White was a player that I just saw play, not really thinking much from a draft perspective. That turned my head, whoa, like this is an interesting player. So for the Patriots, they like those guys that can play multiple positions. White can stand up. He can play a wide 9. He can kick inside a 3-eye position. He can kick inside a 5-tech or 3-tech position. Very versatile, good closing speed. He doesn't have a ton of outside moves, but really good against setting the edge against the run. So if they can find a fit and if, medical, everything checks out, it doesn't get hurt, I think it could be a good pick.
Yeah.
The Lions gave up a 5th to move up to
159. So
159.
Absolutely nothing to get someone like that. CJ Gardner-Johnson pairing with Branch and Cam Sutton now, new additions in that secondary. Lions rebuilding that back end.
Where they really struggled last year, right? Traded Jeff Okudah. So it makes sense to really spend something. They spend some free agency capital. Now you get Branch, who I think like your guy Dax Hill in Cincinnati, right? You don't need him to come in and do a ton, but he's versatile. If you have an injury to Cam Sutton, to Chauncey Gardner, etc. So we're getting the Lions pick out here.
Lions all over the place. Yeah, Brian Branch, by the way, was the only player left from last night that stayed. There was 4 players that were in the green room yesterday. Levis, Joey Porter Jr., Branch, and Keon White. And Branch is the only one that stayed.
Branch, Keon White. And they're all 4 gone. All 4 gone in the first 13 picks. So I guess that should have been expected to happen here pretty quickly. Can we talk about the Patriots for a second? So let's
talk about the Patriots.
Christian Gonzalez, round 1, move down, still get him, good pick. You take Keon White here. A lot of people had in the first round, potentially, good pick. But they're really taking 2 defensive players when the offense was pretty abysmal last year, and you really got to develop Mac Jones. I know they brought in Juju and Gesicki, but they need a tackle. They need offensive, firepower. We talked running back, receiver. Do you think these are smart moves for the Patriots to make?
It's almost how much do you want to blame last year's offense ineptitude on Matt Patricia? I mean, And yes, that's a Belichick deal. Why did you ever even allow that goof to call your plays and to begin with? And so how much do they recover from this, right? And if you get the new OC in there this year, we'll see what happens, right? So is it Bill O'Brien? They brought him back, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Bill
Bill
O'Brien's in.
Back. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe they think that Bill O'Brien can take what they've got and fix it. There's we've heard talks that Mac Jones not happy. So
back to the Lions. Brett Coleman with a nice tweet. If we just pretend that Brian Branch went at 12 and Jahmyr Gibbs went at 45, this looks like a good draft for the Lions, right? Like, yeah. It's a good draft. We just get thrown off by these trades and these values, quote unquote. But
Jeff Risden did a what I would do mock draft for the Lions, and he had them taking Brian Branch at 18. He's very happy getting him at 45.
Yeah.
The Commanders pick is in.
Yeah, Washington Commanders here. Oh, you have it.
Yes, they are taking a safety back. So 2 safeties, none off the board, and then we have 2 safeties and 3 picks. It is Jartavius Quan Martin, Illinois, coming off the board here at pick 47 for Washington.
I like the pick. I think I want to say in my final 7-rounder that I had him going to Washington here, 47. Yeah, so I had that correct. Man, I mean, I think Jartavius Martin, I understand why he's the second safety off the board. He's my safety 3. He's a good athlete. I mean, sideline to sideline, ball skills, he has it. 2 deep. I think he's really good. Like, as long as he's a zone defender, he's a zone safety. I don't want him manning up too much. I think if his instincts improve, I think he could be a good. I think he could be a good player.
I was late to him in the evaluation process, as I usually am with safeties, to be honest. That's just kind of how I roll with it. But saw him at the Senior Bowl, and his ball skills really popped during those Senior Bowl practices.
Run the breaking news. We have a trade. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are moving up to 48 in a trade with the Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay, they don't want to pick.
Moving down again.
Move down again.
Look, they got they got Luke Musgrave. They're good. Could this be a Hendon Hooker spot?
Could be a Hendon Hooker spot. We will definitely have to see running back spot, maybe.
Running back spot, Zach Charbonnet, Devin Achane on the board. We have heard that some teams could be looking at running back here in the late seconds. So maybe Tampa's moving up 2 picks, it looks like. So let's see a lot of little moves here. Little moves.
Buccaneers give up their 6th pick 179 to come up 2 spots here. Yeah. So
Nick suggesting Hooker maybe, and also waiting on DeAndre Hopkins to get moved.
I'm going to have to go to the second page of my notebook here with all these trades. This is the 5th trade here in the first 48 pick in the first half of the second round.
I think we're hitting the over on the 8 trades that we set.
Yep. I think we went too low.
Yeah. Nelly's saying Brian Branch, first players the line took with the first round mock average, which is interesting.
Oh, I like it. Pick is in.
All right.
Tampa Bay is traded up, and they're going with the interior offensive line. Cody Mock, North Dakota State, the Bison on the board here. Cody Mock going pick 48 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, you saw him at the Senior Bowl down there. How do you feel about Cody Mock?
Versatility. We talked about it earlier with these interior offensive line prospects. Cody Mock had played. Was he a left tackle for North Dakota State?
Yeah.
Played a little bit of that at the Senior Bowl. That's not where he's going to play in the NFL, but played guard at the Senior Bowl. Snapped for the first time in his life in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Cody Mock versatile, could play any of those three interior offensive line spots for Tampa Bay, spot where they need help. So fits Tampa Bay perfectly. And you only give up a 6 to come up and get your guy.
Right. I think he was definitely going to come off the board here coming up. So it makes sense that maybe they would try to snipe him away. I'm trying to see who's picking next. Was the Steelers essentially get jumped?
Yeah.
I don't think the Steelers were taking Cody Mock, but maybe to play center. Maybe it was. I don't know. But no, I like him. I mean, the toughness. You'll see the toothless grin here pretty soon on the TV, I'm sure. But he's nasty. I mean, when guys try to rush by him without that anchor and strength, he will punish them. He's good in space. I think he just has to get a little more instinctual, learn some of the handwork technique, footwork technique. But I like that he can play all 5 spots. You mentioned that versatility.
Yeah, and versatility is the name of the game in the NFL right now, man. More you can do. And that's what gets you on the roster, and that's what gets you, active minutes. We usually talk about that, a little bit more. If I was sweating, he was sweating that potential running back selection there, but he doesn't have to worry about that now.
Yeah. Hey, I know for Rachaad White, we stand Rachaad White. So Devin Achane, it could happen for Miami. Maybe Zach Charbonnet. Is that where you see the first running back come off the board? Lance Zierlein's mock today, day 2 mock, had no running backs in the second round. So we'll see if that happens.
Your Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in, Shane.
Oh, man, you are way ahead of me.
Ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Wisconsin defensive line Keanu Benton coming off here to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah. Look, we knew that they were looking pretty hard at the nose tackle position. They liked Mozzie Smith. This is a big hole since Javon Hargrave left for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And guess who I haven't taken in my day 2 mock today, Brian? Keanu Benton. That's why I'm at Wisconsin.
And you were probably winning a second round mock draft contest.
I've been doing pretty good at the second round mock draft. But yeah, look, I think he's the ideal nose tackle for Pittsburgh. They want someone that has kind of that toughness inside and has good leverage. I was really impressed with Benton at the Senior Bowl. How did he do down there?
It was unblockable in the first couple of days of practice. Great beating those guys with the swim. Putting guys on their rears. Some of those bigger guys were struggling blocking him one-on-one, and it was fun to watch. Everybody saw those clips that come out, of him whipping a few of those guys. So it's fun to see.
My defensive lineman too in this draft. I think.
Wow. Yeah. 22 on your board. I just saw that. So there you go. First round grade on Keanu Benton for you. I had him 59 overall. I know there was a lot of Bengals fans that were kind of hoping he would fall to 60 and, just hammering, fixing that defensive line for them.
Steelers with 3 players I had first round grades ranked in my top 32 on. So,
I mean, that's a draft win, right? All day.
We knew the Steelers, like I've been saying it, they're going to take in the first 3 picks that they were going to take a corner, a tackle, and a nose tackle, right? A defensive tackle. And they did. They tell you what they're going to do, then they do it. And
everybody acts all shocked and surprised when they do it.
I still don't know why the Bucks moved up for Cody Mock then, but I don't think the Steelers are taking Cody Mock. I don't think so. But Tristan Omar Khan, he's got it, and Andy Weidel as well.
Greg Allman covers the NFC South for Fox Sports, said we should not be shocked when Jason Light drafts a small school offensive lineman in the second round.
I guess that's true. Ali Marpet, the classic win. Everyone's just going to call him that right now.
The guy that's with the Bengals now as well. Why can I not think of his name? But Humboldt State. Alex Kappa.
The Packers are finally up, and they're finally going to actually make a pick here at pick 50. They've moved down multiple times, right?
Are they? Is the pick? Did I preemptively do that, Shane? Do you actually have the pick? We do have the pick. Okay,
you have the pick. Yes.
It's a wide receiver coming off the board here for the Green Bay Packers, and it is Michigan State wide receiver Jaden Reed.
Wow, kind of a surprise.
This is an upset for me. An upset for both of us, Shane.
Yeah.
We talked off air. We said what would be the breaking point for our top 100 boards, and who would be the first one off. And last year it was pick 50. This year it's pick 50, and it's a wide receiver again that does this in. And this time it's Jaden Reed. Last year it was Tyquan Thornton from Baylor, went to New England. This year it's Jaden Reed. What are they getting? I mean, Jaden Reed's a good player. I just don't think the value is here in the mid-second round.
Yeah, look, I think Jaden Reed's good. I think he was better than the production that he put forward. I mean, he's a good athlete. His footwork is exceptional, very quick, great at the double move, good with the ball in the air. You know, not as super productive. It was a tough offense, I think, for a receiver to be productive, but he did get a large share of that offense. I think he tries to kind of shake corners too much. Sometimes he'll miss those timing routes, kind of lose progress. Press, he's not a press guy. And, I guess you play him in the slot. It's kind of a slot receiver here that the Packers need. But I don't love him necessarily on timing routes on the inside. He's kind of a tweener for me. Adams, my 14th receiver. This draft capital, though, says, hey, he's going to be a big part of this offense. They've been looking for this slot receiver, right? Who was the last guy they took day 2? Amari Rogers. Amari Rogers.
Also, in defense of that, we both also, I believe, viewed Amari Rogers as a big time reach when they did that.
Right.
So,
right.
But yeah, so quick update here. We've had 19 picks in the second round. That is the 12th player that played in the Reese's Senior Bowl to come off the board here in the second round.
Wow. So
after only 2 in the first round, 12 of 19 here in the second round so far from the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. And, it's interesting because I don't think the Packers, I don't know if Packers have had success with the RAS score for Jaden Reed. I think it was a yellow RAS. So they haven't had great success trying to figure that one out.
The chat is not
buzzing fantasy wise.
Not does not seem to be happy with the choice of Brian Gutekunst here. The wonder what old Paul's thinking about that. You know what? Let's that we don't have time for that. That's
the rest of the night.
We would have at least a 45-minute dissertation about Jaden Reed if we brought Paul in.
I mean, look, if you had told me Jaden Reed's going over Marvin Mims and Josh Downs and Jalen Hyatt, I would have called you crazy. Like, I left him out of top 100. I definitely considered him, and he was close. But I was like, I don't know if anyone's going to take him. Tyler Scott, I like more. It's just, I hope he's fine. Like, I think Jaden Reed will be fine. I just don't think he's going to be like an exceptional.
You're hoping Randall Cobb, not Amari Rogers.
It is Jaden Reed's birthday today, so he got drafted on his birthday. So that wouldn't happen tomorrow.
That's true, because he's exactly 23 years old on draft day, as per the Dane Brugler Beast there. That's where I got our age numbers. Miami, the Dolphins on the clock for the first time in this 2023 NFL draft.
Can I give one more Jaden Reed stat?
We'll go for it.
The third year in a row that we've had a day 2 receiver drafted who played at Western Michigan at one point in their career.
Who were the other two?
Sky Moore last year. And 2 years ago was Seattle.
Oh, Eskridge,
Dwayne Eskridge, yeah. Jaden Reed.
Okay, so I'm going to read our future partner here, future contributor Paul has tweeted about the pick. So we'll get his response in that way. It just gets worse and worse for the Packers fans. Trade the pick again, and the Bucks pick Mock, the kid who should be headed to Green Bay. He's done with the Packers. Like Rodgers, he's out of town. He's done.
Oh, he's moving to Florida. Gonna be a Tampa fan and suffer through that.
I don't believe him, by the way.
Yeah, no, I don't believe him either. But Dolphins need, they don't have many picks. They only have 4 picks in this draft, so they need a running back. They need a corner. They need linebacker, maybe interior line help.
They should probably trade down.
Should probably trade down. I feel like they're going for it this year. I don't know if they're going to trade down ultimately, but
they're going for it with the 9th best quarterback in the AFC.
And I think we have the pick.
We have the pick, so they have made the pick.
Yeah.
Shane, do you have the pick?
I do. It is your boy Cam Smith, cornerback out of South Carolina, to the Miami Dolphins.
I love Cam Smith. Not going to lie. Obviously, Gamecock all the way. Cam Smith probably could have been drafted in the first round. In normal years, I think he would have been. Can get a bit grabby, but great ball skills. Then this year, teams decided not to throw at him, wisely so. When they had J.C. Horn, they threw at Cam Smith. Then they realized that was not the good way to go. Like I said, has great recovery speed. He's a tremendous athlete. I like the pick. I think it's a great spot here for him in Miami, and thought they could have gone offense here, but getting Cam Smith there, probably a good spot here for Miami.
Yeah, I mean, I think Smith's technically sound, like you said, has the upside. Mirrors well, but I don't know if he has like huge upside as a corner. I don't think he's gonna be a big playmaking guy, but a rock solid like corner 2 who is gonna stick with receivers, not be out of position, play smart. And athletic enough to stick with a lot of them. So I like it. My corner 6 in the draft.
I think he was corner 4 for me, 21 overall on my board. So I like the pick of Cam Smith, obviously. When is
Tommy asks,
Simpson?
When's Simpson going? Maybe round 3. I think round 3 would be a good spot, but he was a possible round 1 candidate, but that's out. Devin a chain size will not put him on some boards. 188 pounds is small. I think teams that want that. I do think he's a tough interior runner. I'm a fan.
7 yards a carry in the SEC this year, running between the tackles.
Yeah, I think someone will take him today.
How did you not? If you watch the tape, the size is not a concern for HN.
Yeah, I don't think it's an issue. So I thought Miami in the zone scheme too. I mean, I'd be in. I think he'd be the next running back I would want. Seattle up at 52.
Is
that correct? I probably should pull up
yes, and their pick is in. Order. Let's see if we can.
Yeah. So Seattle's having they had a lot of picks, and Pete Carroll going for it.
This is interesting, and there's about to be a lot of fantasy. What the F here? Zach Charbonnet, running back UCLA, the pick to Seattle. Wow. Kenneth Walker, 2nd round last year. Great rookie season before the injury. Now Zach Charbonnet. What you got to say, Mr. Fantasy Man?
It certainly takes the wind out of the sails of both Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, but the Seahawks they've drafted a running back. I think Pete Carroll's drafted a running back in every single draft, right? They draft running backs. I think they always want 2 guys, and I think Walker and Charbonnet do complement each other well. It's not good for fantasy, but I think it's good for reality. You drafted JSN, you draft Zach Charbonnet. You can kind of 50-50 split a little bit. Charbonnet can do a lot of between the tackle stuff. He's a good size, good athlete. You can create space when the hole's not there. Not a good change of direction guy. Kenneth Walker, maybe one of the best change of direction guys in the NFL. Zach Charbonnet is not a great outside runner to me. Walker, one of the best outside runners, So I think they'll complement each other well, and Charbonnet would be more of that kind of piece.
Mixed reactions in the chat with the selection of Charbonnet, but the Seahawks pumped in the war room on the TV there. I'll say that. We got the Chicago Bears here with the Ravens pick 23. I'm sorry, pick 53 here in the second round. The Steelers had their original pick at the top of the second from the Claypool trade. This is from the Roquan Smith trade. The pick is in. Let's see if we can discern it here, who it is.
All right. Interesting. We'll see what happens, man. Wild.
The
Wild.
Charbonnet thing, that's taking everybody off guard here a little bit, I believe.
Look, the fantasy crew is going wild. Yeah, bell cows are extinct. Like, it's not much of a thing anymore. So that is what it is. You know, we're moving off.
I think the Bengals would have liked Charbonnet at pick 60 potentially. So could have been a landing spot for him as a Joe Mixon replacement.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even the Bears. You know, their team needs a running back. So they took Darnell Wright in the first round. It could be little interior line. You know, they could use defensive tackle, defensive end. Things kind of wide open for the Bears with this pick. I think the board stacks up well for them too. Ultimately, I'm surprised Cyrus Torrance is still there.
The pick is in for the Chicago Bears, and it is an interior defensive lineman. It is Gervon Dexter from Florida. High upside guy here, right, Shane?
Yeah, I mean, Dexter definitely has games where you watch him and you're like, dude, this guy is an absolute monster because he is huge, big wingspan, moves the athleticism at his size in the box. Awesome. You know, I mean, if an offensive lineman is like short armed and not ideal, he'll make him pay. But he's not a pass rusher. You know, he gets double teamed. He's out. He's out. Like, that's it. And I'm interested to see how he'll do against really like NFL caliber size strength athletes. That's my one question with Dexter. I like the pick. I think it's an important position in the Bears defense, ultimately. And I think he's good. He is my defensive lineman 6, my next best available on the defensive tackle position on the board.
Big athlete, right? 6'6", 310, 21 years old. I think he has a little pass rush upside. Not a lot. I think it's a little bits there. But you got a 4.88 40 from a guy's 310 pounds, you know, tested as a 9.52 RAS. But this is where we had him. This is kind of like he does.
Yeah, Bears got Gervon Dexter, defensive tackle, Florida.
Right. So 50 on my board, 45 on yours. So we're right in that range, I believe, of where, you know, Dexter should have been selected here. So good on the Bears to get that done.
No, I think it's a solid pick. You know, I thought he would go higher, and then there was some talk of him maybe even falling into day 3. So I think this is, to me, it's good value ultimately. Yeah, let me toss him off my board. I still have Hendon Hooker, Darnell Washington, Cyrus Torrance, Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson, DJ Turner are kind of these 6 guys left that I thought could go in the first round. That did not.
So we've got the Los Angeles Chargers on the clock. They went receiver in the first round, Quentin Johnston from TCU, who was my wide receiver 1. I know it often mocked from you when I say that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, could this be a Darnell Washington spot for the Chargers?
Could be. Tight end was a spot that we often mocked. Yeah, we often mocked to them in the first round. Linebacker could be in play here as well. Maybe an edge guy. You know, there's some value there with a couple of guys. Linebacker. You know, we said that. Drew Sanders, Deion Henley, still on the board.
There's not a huge set of needs to me for the Chargers. Like, they don't have a lot of glaring big holes. They got to be able to stop the run better, where that linebacker could come into play. So
exactly. So we'll see. We're still waiting on that pick. We have not seen it come through just yet.
Got it.
You've got the pick?
I have the pick.
Who are we going with here for the Los Angeles Chargers?
Yeah, so the Chargers are taking defensive lineman / edge rusher Tuli Tubalatu from Southern Cal. So
not the where I thought you were going with that when you said edge defensive line there. I thought you were going with a more harder pronounced name.
Yes, not the name that I would have expected. Not out of Bawarway, but Tuli was a dominant first half of the season for USC. Played a little more edge. He's a 260-pounder kind of tweener that I think is tough to fit. Not a big run defender, but is an interesting, could be a good run defending edge rusher. So I'm actually going to be watching the TV because I want to see what he's announced as position wise. Is interesting.
Yeah, 6'3", 266, did no athletic testing whatsoever. High sack numbers here for the Trojans this year, and not even 21 years old yet. So age upside here for the Chargers.
Yeah. I think there is upside. He's young. He can overwhelm offensive tackles. Like he plays low and is strong for his size. So I just don't know where you play him. That's my biggest problem. I had him like super high for a while, and then he's kind of that classic tweener. But I think we're getting to a point in the NFL where like you got big edge, like that's not a bad position to be in. Ultimately, so I like the pick. I think Tuli can help in the pass game and the run defense game for the Chargers. Ultimately, so. We'll see. Explosive athlete, like I said, the production there, man, he was in the backfield pretty consistently. They let him pin his ears back.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. They have moved up here, trading up with the Detroit Lions, who were on the clock at 55. So Chiefs come up here, Shane. What are they coming up here to get, man?
Jalen Hyatt, maybe? They going to take Tillman Hyatt, one of these receivers, right? They lost Juju Smith-Schuster. We're down to MVS, Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney. I don't know. That's the first thought that popped in my mind, ultimately.
Lions, wheeling and dealing, man. Oh, it is a wide receiver. Pick is in.
Pick is in. Brian tipped it again.
Sorry, guys. Kansas City is taking SMU wide receiver Rashee Rice.
Wow.
At pick 55.
Wow. Rashee Rice, very productive at SMU. Big, long, athletic, productive, great contested ball catcher. He did that really well. Knows how to work back to his quarterback. I was a big fan of Rashee Rice. Two big problems with Rashee Rice. Not a route runner. They didn't run many routes. There at SMU, he kind of ran the same 3 routes. And there's been a lot of questions about work ethic, character, that type of thing. So obviously for the Chiefs to move up here, they have to be comfortable with that. What I like about this is you're getting a bigger guy who they don't really have. They got small Tony and they got MVS who just drops passes. They have small Sky Moore. Rashee Rice ultimately is, I think, someone with big upside that can play that X position in the Chiefs offense that I think were lacking last year. They tried to put Juju there. It didn't work. So for fantasy, this is going to get interesting because I think Rashee Rice has a lot of upside. Steven, welcome. Good timing for a fantasy player here in Rashee Rice.
I'm still waiting on the deets on that trade there. Have not seen that come through.
I ended up bumping him down to my wide receiver 12, but I still like it.
The trade buzzer has gone. Shane, we're going to get 8 trades in the second round.
Yes.
Chicago on the clock here for Tom Pelissero.
Chicago back up. They take Jermaine Dexter, and they're back on the clock.
So this is going to be pick 56 here in the second round. Chicago's coming up from the bottom there with the pick they got from Carolina, who got that pick from San Francisco in the McCaffrey trade. That was the pick, in the move up.
So Chicago is on the clock at pick 56. They move up. We got to get details on these two trades. We have the Chiefs. We have, the Bears moving up. It is wild. Getting wild up here.
What is going on, Shane?
Look, guys are coming up to get their guy, right? This is the time. You got to go up and get your guy. Jaguars moving down, which I think they could use. Once again, I think the Bears are kind of wide open, in terms of
who are they jumping. What are they jumping the Giants for? Is this Smits?
It could be interior line. That's definitely something the Giants need. That would really remake the offensive line. Yeah, Octavio, Bears fan, wants that center. That's John Michael Schmitz, I think the best center on the board by far, right?
Okay, I've got the details on this trade. I still haven't seen the ones on the other, but Jacksonville's given up getting 135, the first pick of the 5th round, for the Bears to come up 6 spots here to make this. I'm still combing through, looking for the details on the Chiefs trade.
The Lions traded 55 and 194. The Chiefs gave them 63, 122, and 249. So
249s in the 7th.
But they get
what was the other?
They swapped 122 for 194. So
194 is in the
round.
6th.
Yeah, 4th for. So basically, the Chiefs moved down from the 4th to the 6th.
Okay, and there was 122 was the 4th.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Kansas City gets pick 55, which was receiver Rashee Rice, and 4th. They're getting 6, 194, and then Detroit's getting 4, 122. And so okay, there we go.
All right, we have the pick.
The pick is in for
the Chicago Bears.
Chicago Bears. Who is it, Shane?
The Chicago Bears are selecting Tyreek Stevenson, cornerback out of the University of Miami. Another Senior Bowl corner. Is that correct? Here?
That is correct. They wouldn't have been jumping the Giants for him because the Giants drafted Deonte Banks in the 1st round, right? So that's obviously was not the plan here. They just wanted this was their guy, right? So
yep. I think once again another press corner, Tyreek Stevenson, former Georgia corner that transferred to Miami and I think really developed in Miami. He's tough. He's not super flashy, but receivers have to work hard to get the football. He's not going to let you get easy catches. Not going to give you a cushion. Good tackler. So he's not the fastest guy in coverage. Doesn't really play the ball, but solid for a team I think needs corners. I think the Bears are going to have to defend. So I like it.
Yeah, their defense was quite bad last year, right? So it's they need these guys to kind of help out here, but they get ahead of the Giants. We'll talk about the Giants pick in just a second, but Tyreek Stevenson had a good week at the Senior Bowl. Another guy, like you said, more Senior Bowls. Rashee Rice before him, another Senior Bowl guy. So they're coming off the board, flying off the board here in the 2nd round. But
it's happening.
Octavio, not what he wanted.
He wanted that center. He wanted John Michael Schmitz for the Bears. He wants that offensive line power.
Well, we told you this was going to happen, Stephen.
Yeah. I think Stephen came in a little bit late, but we are. Yeah. As we get the picks, we're announcing the picks. The TV's going to be like.
Yeah, we can't wait on the TV, man. We got no patience.
I have patience, but it'll take a while.
Okay, I don't have any patience. That's fair. I will take that bullet.
Take the hit. Yeah, they just announced Rashee Rice, and we'll get Tyreek Stevenson here to the Bears coming up.
So the Giants are on the clock, and I mocked John Michael Schmitz to them multiple times. It feels good
right.
Here.
It feels right, which means it probably won't happen.
Right.
But so yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see it. I think the Giants really need that center. I know a lot of Giants fans that want that center, and a lot of them would even consider John Michael Schmitz in the first round. I mean, I do think the Chiefs need a receiver. I think they need some receiving help. Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman still on the board, but we have the pick. New York
And
Giants
sometimes, Shane, the obvious is the answer.
Select John Michael Schmitz, interior offensive lineman out of Minnesota.
Yep. So the big center comes off the board here, and another Senior Bowl guy.
So yeah, Octavio was right. He got to jump the Giants for Michael Schmitz, but not another Senior Bowl guy. Look, a lot of people, myself included, thought, hey, this is a guy that could go in the first round. I mean, he played like that older prospect, older player, but I mean, tough experience, good leverage, good anchor. He's not going to get pushed around. Yeah, he's not explosive. He's that tough kind of old school center. And that's why maybe a guy like Joe Tippmann went in front of him. People want the upside. They want the pulling center that can move around. That's not John Michael Schmitz, but he fits the Giants' mentality on this offense.
You got a comment for Nick there?
Let me see. I'm scrolling around here. Rice to the Chiefs. Save Sky stock for fantasy. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a different position for the Chiefs, right? I mean, it's that X receiver for Rice. Sky Moore has a starting role, and we know we're going to see Kadarius Toney do. I like it for Rashee Rice. I'm interested to see how fantasy players react to that ultimately to him, because he's a good player. He's a good player with some of those off-field concerns that maybe pushed him down. I had him in the first round a couple mocks back in the day too.
Tommy's asking, is Hendon Hooker going to drop out of the second round, or do the Lions save him with that last pick? I'll say this: if the Lions don't pick him at 63, the next spot I can see is the Rams, top of the third round.
Yeah, but every year quarterbacks, they go a little bit lower than we think.
I mean, at least this one makes sense.
Yeah, well, look, it usually makes sense.
The offense, right
after the fact, but
Dallas Cowboys on the clock.
Ooh, okay. Dallas.
So we have not seen them since last night, where they took Mozzie Smith. What are you feeling here for the Cowboys?
Tight end still we need. Darnell Washington still on the board. They have been connected to him. Would make a lot of sense for Dallas here. I think ultimately, they're a team that could take a running back. Maybe see the next one off the board. I guess the pick is in.
The pick is in, and you were on the right track. But it's not Darnell Washington.
Ooh, still
on the board. Dallas gets their tight end. It's Michigan's Luke Schoonmaker.
Yes.
Off the board early here. Maybe earlier than we thought. Pick 58. Schoonmaker, the tight end, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Actually, I wonder what Coach Shep's thought is on that.
Is that our second Shrine player here?
That is the second Shrine player off the board.
Yeah. So look, I think Schoonmaker was getting underrated out there, because he, over 90 percentile athlete, great inline blocker, strong driver, and he hasn't reached his upside. He's good at catching the football, running guys over. He's got the athleticism. Doesn't always show the athleticism on the field, and I think as a route runner, he doesn't do as much as he can. I think there's more upside to have. Like after the catch, Schoonmaker can do more, but in terms of being Dalton Schultz, I think Schoonmaker can be Dalton Schultz. I think he has that type of ability.
I don't want to skip ahead of Buffalo, but I can't help but see the Bengals sitting there at 60, and that means they're going to get one of Darnell Washington's going to be on the board. Adibarier is going to be on the board. DeJuan Jones is going to be on the board. At least two of those guys are going to be there.
Yeah. Dallas, second Michigan player as well, Mozzie Smith and Luke Schoonmaker. So double Michigan there for the Cowboys ultimately. But yeah, your Bengals will definitely got to be someone they need. Let's see if they take them though. That's not always what happens.
That's not always the case. You're right. We'll see. I'm a little nervous, to be honest with you.
Yeah, what's happening with Darnell Washington? Why is he? Tommy's asking. Why is he falling?
What is he? I mean,
there has been rumors of a potential knee issue.
Potential degenerative knee issue. That's not good.
Yeah,
which would explain a lot.
That could be a much further fall ultimately.
Yeah, that's could be.
Sometimes I think those big tight ends too big. Too big, perhaps.
The annual Drew Pearson makes an ass of himself on television is just.
Brian, a big fan of Drew Pearson.
Yeah. Tucker Kraft, another tight end on the board potentially for the Bengals here. I know you love Tucker Kraft, so Keely Ringo could still be on the board.
He will. I think he probably will be still on the board. You want Keely Ringo over Darius Rush? Is that your?
I mean, I have him rated higher than Darius Rush on my board, so if I stick to my board, yes. But
yes. Bill's pick is in at 59.
Do you have it?
I do.
Let's get that chime.
And the Buffalo Bills are going to select O'Cyrus Torrence, interior lineman out of Florida. My interior line, 2 of the class finally off the board. Brian, how do you feel about that pick for the Buffalo Bills?
That feels like a good pick for the Buffalo Bills, right? And Torrence is dominant run blocker, right? I mean, maybe one of the best in this class at any position. Look, another one, maybe a little overwhelmed at times at the Senior Bowl in the one-on-one pass blocking drills, but that's not really his strength of his game. He's going to have to be better at that in Buffalo, but, he's going to open up a lot more holes in their run game than maybe they had last year. It's going to help that aspect out a lot. So I like the fit here for Torrance going to Buffalo.
I want to get more physical. I think it's the way to do it. But, ultimately, this is a team that's a really good offense that drafted Dalton Kincaid and O'Cyrus Torrence. Like, help your defense a little bit, man. They could drop 40 points already, right? But now I like O'Cyrus, a monster run blocker. Like, now I think James Cook is going to like O'Cyrus Torrence a lot. I think this upgrades the Bills' rushing game a lot as well. So as long as you don't have those low dipping defensive linemen, I like them. But your Bengals now are on the clock.
Yeah, the Bengals are on the. There's.
Who do you want? Who's the pick? Who's the pick, Brian? Who you want?
Am I crazy to say I want Adebawore just to finish this defensive line off?
No, I'd say a little bit, but that's me. But hey, that's a thing to fix.
I mean, you don't have to worry about it.
Right, that would become a strength for sure. I think that's it might be the best pick looking at it. I mean, outside of maybe one of the corners,
outside of Ringo or Rush, could be there. If the knee is a thing for Washington,
pick is in. Do you want to see the pick, or you want me to announce it for you?
I haven't seen it, so go ahead.
The Cincinnati Bengals select DJ Turner, cornerback out of Michigan, to pair with Daxton Hill, the Michigan duo back together in Cincinnati. No, not a fan. Like he had some first round buzz. DJ Turner's more speed on that defense. I don't think it's a bad pick.
It's not.
He's an outside corner. He's not a slot guy.
He's undersized for what they usually go, right? I mean, the Bengals have a type, and they're breaking the type here with Turner. And 5'11", 178. He's below their arm length thresholds that they usually go with for a corner, so that's different. But 1.42 10-yard split, 4.26 40, fastest guy at the combine, good broad jump, good vertical, 100 on my board.
Yeah, I think Turner, I never saw him got beat. He never got beat down the field. And I think that might be the reason here, right? You want someone that you can line up with the fastest receiver and go step for step with them. His back, I mean, he's such a smooth athlete. That his hips, the turn and run ability. He's not going to make a big interception. Sometimes he'll, leave a big cushion, but put him against a big receiver, I think he can be good. So my
4-3-1.
seventh corner. Corner
4-3-1 Dax Hill last year in the first round. Michigan 4-2-6 DJ Turner this year. He's going to play early because you have to think that Awuzie's, if he's going to be ready for day one of the regular season, he's maybe not 100% healthy. So you have to think Turner's going to play early. And last year, cornerback 4 for the Bengals played a large amount of snaps because of the injuries out there. So they got a second round steal last year, Cam Taylor-Britt, who looked great as a rookie. So
maybe again. Yeah. No, I think it's a good pick. Tommy likes the Cyrus Torrance pick. They have Connor McGovern. So Torrance replacing Ryan Bates there. And Anthony, I think rightfully said, thought the Bills could have won at Cyrus Torrance in round 1. And Tommy also likes the DJ Turner pick. I think Turner pick's good. He is my best corner available at this point. So if you're going to go
sold
corner,
me, Shane. I'm convinced.
We'll
you made me a believer.
I think if you have Cam Taylor-Britt, you have the ability to play against those bigger guys.
So Jacksonville back on the clock now after trading down with the Chicago Bears. We mentioned tight end in round 1 as a possibility for them. They could go with that tight end here as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess that's a net win. He's not Eli Apple.
That is true. I think I have faith he'll be better than NFL Eli Apple as an Ohio State alum. It pains me to say, but that's the case. Yeah, who's up here again?
Jacksonville is
Jacksonville.
up.
It's like someone moved down at this spot. They're a sneaky team for a running back too. They looked at a lot of running backs in top 30 visits. So they got Travis,
a lot of running backs.
DJ Turner, a lot of running backs on the board. Yeah, man, Jacksonville's interesting. They moved down here a couple times in the draft. Like you said, got Anton Harrison. Defense, corner, D-line, running back. Steven, does Jacksonville start trading picks in the next year at this point? They don't need 50 picks in the later rounds. Maybe that's what comes next.
Well, that's where
yeah, we have the pick.
We have the pick. Jacksonville is making the pick.
The Jacksonville Jaguars selected tight end Brenton Strange out of Penn State, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. A name that was kind of catching a lot of buzz here late. Strange. I mean, Penn State, right? Their athletes are obviously out of this world, and I think Strange is another one. He actually got on the team, and they pulled the recruiting offer to Kyle Pitts because they got Strange. He's explosive. He's good at leaking off the line, good hands, kind of a raw player. He's a good athlete, good testing. I'm sure you can give us those testing numbers. So I think he fits the Evan Ingram role if they let Evan Ingram go after this year.
Yeah, age 22, season 6'4", 253, 157, 10 split, 4.7 40. Had a 36-inch vertical, 10'4" broad jump.
Strange pick, Bip says.
Strange indeed. A lot of buzz on him in the third round I had seen with the Bengals as far as tight end goes. So that's why I kind of thought his range was there. He was 99 on my board, 98 on your board. So maybe tight end 8 for us, 8 or 9 in that range.
He ended up tight end 8 for me. Yeah.
So that's who the Jags get, and that puts the Eagles on the clock.
Let's start Darnell Washington, right? He's falling here. We get some questions, rumors of a potential knee issue with the size and the weight. That's not a good combination. Teams might be scared off on taking him without that medical. I think we still see him today. I think round 3, someone takes a chance, especially with all these tight ends flying off the board. I think it's basically down to, Tucker Kraft, Will Mallory, maybe, and and Darnell Washington.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you're taking him just because he's better than the guys that are left, right? So
Yeah.
It's interesting, and the Eagles on the clock now. So Keely Ringo and Darnell Washington still available here if they want to draft another Georgia Bulldog.
Joseph's an Eagles fan. He wants Jalen Hyatt. That would be for a nasty offense if they added that kind of speed. But I don't know if they're going to do that. But Keely Ringo is a real possibility, I think. They need a corner.
20 PBUs for Turner over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. Like I said, he doesn't get beat. He's in position. I know in the Ohio State Michigan game, I mean they really schemed Harrison off of him despite the size difference. So yeah, Eagles could go running back. They were rumored to like Jahmyr Gibbs, Devin Achane's there, Kendre Miller, Izzy Anaconda. I think there's some running back possibilities. And breaking news.
Wait. Here we go. I just saw it. Breaking. We have a trade.
Who's moving up?
The Houston Texans now on the clock. This is maybe another 3-spot move up here.
Yeah, the Houston Texans who had the big move up yesterday. So Texans moving up, and an interesting choice here. We have the pick.
Who is the pick?
Yeah. The Houston Texans select Juice Scruggs, center out of Penn State. Juice Scruggs. My interior offensive lineman 12, but definitely a tough player. I think when you watch Juice Scruggs, he's very. You're not going to move him around too much. A good run blocker, good upper body strength, good anchor. Not a ton of athletic upside, but man, he is tough. Texans desperately needed a center. They got their center in Juice Scruggs.
Did you really need to trade up for him?
There were some rumors that he would go around here. Not a Senior Bowl guy. I don't know which All-Star game he played in, but
he was a Shrine guy.
He's a Shrine guy. So another Shrine guy. I mean, center is getting thin. Let's be honest. I mean, Luke Whippler, Scruggs.
See, I'm if I'm taking a center here, it was Whippler, right? If it was me, I would even take Calderberry as a project center over Scruggs. Scruggs 215 on my board. Yeah, I was way low.
I don't think he was that low on mine, but
yeah, no, he was much higher on here. This would have been one of the big differences if we had done a final consensus. This would have been one of the major 118 on your board. So I mean, that's almost 100 spot swing here for you guys. This is the second player outside of my top 100 to go so far, third for you. But so before the end of the second round, doesn't feel great here. I don't know. I feel like this is a reach, and I don't feel like they needed to trade up here to get Juice Scruggs. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels unnecessary.
Yeah. Look, I think it is a little bit of a reach. I think he was starting to get this day 2 buzz ultimately. So moving up, I'm with you. A lot of these small move ups today, I've been like, did you really have to do that? I guess if you're going to do it, I guess we'll pretend like that. So yeah, not a big, as Anthony said, 6 picks, not a big move up here. So we'll see.
The Denver Broncos are on the clock. They have traded up with what I believe was the Detroit Lions. Have moved back again. So Denver coming up. This will be the first time we've called their name tonight.
Yeah. Real quick, the trade, the Eagles sent 62 to Houston for 65, 188, and pick 230. So they give up 2 additional selections.
Well, what rounds are those two? What was the other 2 picks?
230, which is a 7th rounder, and 188, I believe, is a 6th rounder.
So they go get 2 late round picks to come up
to go down
and get
three
Scruggs.
spots.
So
yeah, what about Denver here? I mean, did they take Whippler? Is this going to be a center run here?
Could
We have
be.
Scott.
I know Denver likes Smits and was hoping he would kind of fall to within striking distance of him, and obviously that didn't happen. So could be Whippler here. Definitely a big need.
Yeah, Pierce wanted the Lions to pick. We have Scott. I know he's a Broncos fan in the chat. He's, I think, happy that they moved up and are finally making a pick in this draft. Making moves. So I'll tweet this out here.
Okay, we've got the details on the trade here. Broncos trade pick 68, which is the third round, and 139, which I believe is in the fourth. Is that right?
Would be 139. Should be in the fourth, yeah.
And Denver,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
The Lions still 63 and 183 for 68 and 139.
Which is 183, I believe, is that in the sixth? Or is that in the fifth?
Should be. We'll see.
Okay, so 183 and 68. So they're coming up 5 spots here.
For a bump later. Yeah, there you go. Juice Scruggs 175 on the consensus board. Seattle's been making our picks. Denver needs a pick here. Broncos. I think Broncos another team with not a lot of needs because they did have some good signings in free agency. I felt like they got to help that offense, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. It's either got to be up front or
we have the pick.
Oh, Shane, that is a look.
Ooh, I kind of like this. If you gonna play me the sound? Should I just?
Okay, I've got it now. Shane, talk to me.
The Denver Broncos select Marvin Mims, wide receiver out of Oklahoma, a fantasy darling favorite. My wide receiver 8, fast downfield, runs an excellent seam route. He's KJ Hamler. What he was supposed to play, I think we just got it with Marvin Mims here, joining Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton. Maybe still could be moved in this draft.
There you go. So Marvin Mims, I like it.
Small, but fast, athletic, productive. As long as he doesn't get jammed, man. I mean, he could be really, really good.
So that wraps up the third round here.
Bip not too happy about Mims being wide receiver 3 for a team, I imagine. Nelly's a Mims fan. Hendon Hooker's still on the board. Darnell Washington still on the board. Who else do I have my first round? Drew Sanders and Trenton Simpson still on the board. Those are my 4 left from round 1.
So we set the over-under at 8 trades for the entire night. That was the 9th trade of the second round.
Woo! Teams are cooking. They're moving here. I don't know who's picking where anymore.
I have no clue.
So
I do know Chicago is on the clock. So
yeah, I feel
whatever
like
that's worth.
All right, the Bears are back up on the clock. Interesting draft for Chicago so far. I will say, the Tyreek Stevenson
Darnell
pick
Wright
was pretty good. Darnell Wright, some tough players.
Do we continue maybe to add defense here? Adibariye.
Adibariye still on the board.
Still on the board.
They got Jerron Dexter. We saw that, but maybe some type of edge rusher. But I think we're getting to that point where I think it's tough to make a guess. Octavio asking for my guess for them. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go running back. I'm gonna say Kendre Miller. They take here. That's my guess.
Kendre Miller running. So
that's my guess. I mean that I think they like Khalil Herbert, but I think you need someone else to share that load with. So Bip comparing Marvin Mims to Denzel Mims. That's not a good comparison. Bip guessing Roshan Johnson.
No. I
We'll
missed
see.
bad on Denzel Mims. I thought he was going to be a really good football player, and
Yeah. Yeah, he had the potential. He even flashed it a little bit as a rookie. Just didn't happen. You know, I think receivers tough sometimes. So, interesting. We're rounded down here, right? Is this the last pick of
no, this is the first pick of the third
first
round.
pick of round three? So we're in round
into
three.
round
Wow.
three. Yeah, so we've got 102 picks tonight. Or 102 picks is pick 102 is the last pick tonight. So we've got handful more to go. But as we're waiting on Chicago, pick is in. Let's see.
Yeah, if we can find out. Interesting that the entire Tennessee offense is still on the board, right? We still have Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyatt and Hendon Hooker all still on the board there for the Tennessee Volunteers. That offense translation to the NFL, not great. And I think it's something to keep in mind next year as well.
I can see Hyatt falling because he's a one-trick pony, right?
Yes.
Essentially, he's a 9 route, and that's pretty much it. And if you take away his game against DeMarco Hellams, how much of a highlight tape does he have this year?
I mean, still had a couple good games. And I think he's got a post. I think he's got a corner, but it is a lot of those deep routes, right? I mean, that's the offense. Just get the receiver to go and get separation. You just throw it up. That's a lot of what you're doing. You're either separating the receivers so much that the safety has to guess, or you're stacking them so much that it's hard to, it's hard to make happen.
And is this a telling thing about that Art Briles Baylor offense as we start evaluating these players going forward, right? Because the NFL is telling us this offense is simple stuff, and these guys aren't going to be ready to come in and play.
Yeah, I mean that you're right. That Briles, Josh Heupel offense is interesting this year. I think we have a number of draftable guys going next year. Joe Milton, the quarterback, Squirrel White, coming in at receiver, replace Hyatt. There's a lot of potential still for that offense. So we'll see what happens.
This is the team called up.
We have the pick. We have the pick for the Bears.
Who is this? My television screen.
Bears. The Chicago Bears select Zach Pickens, defensive lineman out of South Carolina. So they get the big nose tackle in Javon Dexter. Now they get what I think is the perfect 3-tech for this defense. What do you think?
Love it. Former 5-star player, pass rush upside, right? Flashes, flash player at South Carolina. Look at them one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. Go back and look at that. Just quick, so quick off the snap. I love it, man. I love Zach Pickens as a player. I was higher on him. Obviously, maybe it was a little favoritism. I try not to show it, Shane. I try not to show it.
Never.
Why you got to do me dirty like that?
I'm saying you're good. You're good. You don't show favoritism. So,
but Zach Pickens, and you like Zach Pickens more than I did originally.
I did, right?
You're the one that brought me around on Pickens.
He's my defensive lineman 7. And look, this is such an important position for the Chicago Bears defense. We heard it when we talked Jalen Carter to the Bears. You need that penetrating 3-tech to make this defense run. And so I think it was important to go 2 defensive tackles here for the Bears. Their run defense was pretty bad last year, right? And you fix that with Dexter, and now you have an interior pass rush who plays smart and has the athleticism. I think he's strong. I think I wish he was more aggressive sometimes. He sometimes will misdiagnose, sometimes be a little step too slow. Like I want Zach Pickens to get the leash off and let him go, and I hope the Bears do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the pick.
Eagles on the clock. Joe, the Eagles fan in the chat, is saying, he thinks DeJuan Jones could be a fit here. Yeah, there's DeJuan Jones. They don't have many needs.
Eagles have to start looking ahead, right? At maybe Lane Johnson.
Ringo.
Right.
Ringo. Once again, though, are they going to take a running back, help this offense out? I think that's the one position you could get a guy. Rashad Penny is not exactly.
Eagles back-to-back picks here, by the way.
Ooh, I like the back-to-backs.
So linebacker also could be in play here for the Eagles. And what's up with Drew Sanders? Let's talk about that for a second while we're waiting on the pick to come in.
Well, can I kind of lump in another player that I think
Sure.
people expect, guys? Adi Adebaware, right? I think these tweeners, it's a problem. Drew Sanders, is he an off-ball linebacker? I don't think he's great at that. Is he an edge rusher? I don't think he's great at that. Like, I think he's very good at both those things, but not great at either one. I think Adebaware the same way. You know, is he a great edge rusher? You know, I don't know if he fits there. He's a little stiff. Can you kick him inside? I don't know if he's big enough for that. I think that's a problem on the defense. We talked about some of the defenses are able to find that guy and make him work. I think Sanders is a player that's maybe a tough fit for some of these defenses.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he had maybe not the takeover the game ability of Micah Parsons, but I thought they played a similar type, off-ball linebacker that can, get after the quarterback, rush the passer. Sanders flashed high-impact pass rush this year in the SEC at Arkansas. I thought he could have been gone by now, but I thought we were done with the tweener label, but
not yet.
Shane's bringing it back, baby.
Bringing back the tweener label. Nah, I mean, he's what in 8'9" RAS guy as a linebacker, but undersized for that. 4'6", not a super explosive athlete. He's just a tough fit. I thought he would be gone by now, but we have pick 65 for the Eagles.
Go ahead, Shane.
They are taking offensive tackle, but it's Tyler Steen, offensive tackle out of Alabama, going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Another Senior Bowl player, very technique blocker for Bama, right? Good motor, seals the edge. Not, I think his feet are poor, but rock solid run blocker, nice reserve, can play guard. I like it here in the third.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's a good spot here. Anywhere in the third round, I thought is where Tyler Steen goes. Another versatile offensive lineman. I think he can kick inside the guard if the Eagles, want to try him out there. Transfer from Vanderbilt to Alabama and look good there. So I like the pick here for the Eagles. Maybe a little, maybe a half a round higher than I would have had him on my board, but otherwise, I think it's a good fit and a good look ahead for the Eagles.
Yeah, not SEC, not Georgia, but we still got Bama. I think it's pretty close.
I mean, the coaching staffs are pretty much the same, right?
Well, I don't think Bama or Georgia fan. I don't know if your wife would agree with that.
She's not watching.
Fair, but yeah. But stick with the SEC Blue Bloods for the Eagles. And Andrew Voorhees from USC. I think Voorhees not going to go very high. The injury, not going to help him out. Unfortunately,
tough situation there with Voorhees. If not for the injury, I could definitely have seen him being off the board by now, though.
Yeah. I mean, today I think it would have been a possibility, but yeah, he's kind of knocked out. We'll see tomorrow. I mean, he might go early tomorrow if someone likes him. All right, we have pick 66 for the Eagles.
Pick 66 is in.
This
is the tampering pick, by the way.
This is the tampering pick. They got to move up, and they're going to select safety Sidney Brown out of Illinois. So both Illinois safeties off in day 2. Sidney Brown, also Senior Bowl player. So break that down for me, Brian.
I liked his tape better than his teammate Quan Martin. To be honest, I thought Sidney Brown, we're going to see his brother Chase get drafted a little bit later. But he's another one, tremendous athlete, as all the Illini prospects seem to be. Had a good week in Mobile, good ball skills at the safety position. With Devin Witherspoon there, a little older prospect, 23, but ran a 4.47 in the 40.5-inch vertical. 9.47 RAS. Had him 65 overall on my board. He goes 66.
There you go, man. Wow, you nailed that. Yeah, my safety 4, physical and coverage. He can win those jump balls. I think if you let him, I don't know if he can necessarily cover, small slot receivers that have a little bit more of that quickness off the snap, but a lot of potential for Sidney Brown. I mean, he could play a little corner, play a little safety, special teams. I think the Eagles are getting, like you said, stocking for next year. Tyler Steen might start in a year. Sidney Brown might start in a year, and that's fine. Develop them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you're a team that's as loaded as the Eagles, and you don't have to. You're not filling immediate holes. You're looking, okay, whose contracts are we going to get out of next year, right? Who are we kind of like? We're looking at the end of Lane Johnson, at some point, right? So let's draft Tyler Steen. Let's see if we can develop him, or do we have to, address this again later?
Yeah, no, I think it's fair. It worked for them last year. I think it's going to work for them. I think it's going to work for them in 2024, having this kind of strategy, especially with the draft capital that they have.
Denver on the clock with a pick acquired from Indianapolis. What was this? Was this a pre-draft trade? What was this for?
Which pick we're looking at?
67.
67. Yes, there was Denver from Indianapolis. It was a pre-draft trade.
Yeah. So Denver on the clock here, pick 67. They just selected a few picks ago wide receiver Marvin Mims. That was their first jaunt into this draft. This is their second pick now. This is a team, new head coach Sean Payton. We just got him a receiver. He's going to move. He's phasing out some of the receivers they've drafted in the past. Is this Luke Whippler? Maybe they were connected to John Michael Schmitz a little bit. Maybe is this a center?
Yeah, I think it could be. I mean, they addressed the interior line a little bit in free agency, but I think once again, I think the offense should be the way to go. So it's interesting too, though. Edge rusher, I think we've talked about for them after trading away some of their edge guys that they've had the past couple of years. So I'd say that's on the board. They could find a stand up as well. And pick 67 was Alvin Kamara for Sean Payton. We have the pick. We have the pick.
All right, Shane's got the pick. Who is it?
Denver Broncos select Drew Sanders, linebacker out of Arkansas.
Also a need.
Yeah. We just talked about him a little bit, right? Kind of a tweener edge linebacker guy, but that's been what the Broncos defense has been for years and should continue to be under Sean Payton, having that stand-up pass rusher.
Yeah, that feels like a good fit there. Former Alabama player transferred to Arkansas. People's like, well, why did I know Nino said, why didn't he stay and compete? Well, he's behind Will Anderson. And was he going to cover all day? Right.
Yeah. What are you going to do? No, look, I think he had a potential to go in round one, right? I mean, he was like a round one pick for a while. My second linebacker on the board. Part edge, part linebacker. I think he gets around the edge well. Instinctually, I think he's a great player. Like I see, he's not a great cover guy. He can get run over sometimes. You can over pursue, but go watch the highlight reel. I mean, his instincts are on par, and he can rush the passer. To me, I think that's worth more than a third round pick.
Yeah, they're showing that highlight reel now on the television there, and I love the pick here for Sanders. So good job there. So we've had one tweener down. When's the next tweener going to come off the board? Detroit now up after they traded back with Denver earlier. That pick 68. That pick is in.
We have the pick.
Oh. Shane, I'm going to call this one.
All right.
Jared Goff's replacement is here in Detroit, in theory. The Detroit Lions have selected Tennessee quarterback Hendon Hooker at pick 68 in the third round. Take it away, Shane.
I don't think there's a better landing spot for Hendon Hooker, right? You have the ACL injury. He's got to learn to adjust to a pro-style offense, but, I mean, he was tearing it up in the SEC. Great ability to read a defense, very cerebral, sharp accuracy, short, mid-range, pretty consistent, mechanics. He can run. He's a little more of an athlete than I think he gets a lot of credit for. Maybe not the biggest arm strength, the medical question, the age. He's 25 years old. But once he recovers, this could be the guy. I think it's worth developing. If you're the Lions, see what you have next year. Did you like the year of development? He's our starter. If not, go draft somebody. I love this pick at 68. I think it's a great selection.
Yeah, this you traded back, you picked up a 4th round pick in the move back there in a pick swap, and you get the guy you probably would have taken there at 63, right? You have to think that was the case, and they trade back, and this is right ahead of where we talked about the Rams. Could have been the next landing spot a few picks away. So there you go.
I love it. I think this is what we were kind of hoping for, right? For Hendon Hooker is a place he could sit a year and have a good structure around him. Now he's got Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got a lot going for him here in this Lions offense. You got Sam Laporta now. Jameson Williams will come back. It's a pretty loaded offense where maybe you don't need the quarterback to be top 5, but if Hendon Hooker can put this together, it can be really good.
Yeah, it's good stuff here. So, we're
breaking news.
Breaking
news from Bubba.
Chat is breaking.
Chat's breaking the news. We're behind. The Texans have moved up again. Pick 69.
Pick 69.
Lucky
Texans,
69 here. Lucky 69.
Who was on the clock here? So this was they moved up with the Rams. So the Rams bailing here after Hooker was gone. That's very telling.
Getting them picks. Though.
Getting them picks.
Getting them picks for the Rams. Texans love them some 69. So we are here.
Oh, geez.
Gotta get that pick 69.
Shane, I'm the one who makes the sexual puns around here. So
we have the pick. We have the pick. The Houston Texans select Tank Dell, wide receiver out of Houston. There with CJ Stroud.
There you go.
What do you think?
Slot receiver, gonna get open. He's gonna make plays, and is the best punt returner in this draft class, right? So you're upgrading 2 spots here. You're upgrading your special teams. You're getting a sure-handed receiver who makes plays. I like it. He's gonna create a separation, and Stroud's gonna find him when he gets open. So yeah,
I think it's a bad pick.
I
think it's a bad pick. Look, Tank Dell's what's his weight?
Tank Dell's weight is 163.
163. What's his RAS score?
His RAS is 581.
581. So I'm getting a tiny receiver that's not a great athlete. Like he plays well. He gets off the line super quick on film. I don't know if you do that in the NFL, what you did in Houston. He's a good route runner. He's taking him. Yeah, as Nelly's saying in the chat, taking him over Josh Downs is insane. If you're going to take a slot receiver,
I completely forgot Josh Downs was on the board.
Josh Downs is on the board. Like, what are you doing? Time speed's a question. You jam him, he's dead. I think he's my wide receiver 17. I think it's an awful pick by the Texans.
I had him outside the top 100 as well because of the low RAS kind of brought him down. I do like the special teams aspect.
Special teams ability is great. I don't take that in round 3.
That's fair.
That's me. Fair. I think for my first bad pick of the draft, slap it on the board. I think Tank Dell's been overrated this whole time by people that are watching highlights against crappy defenders that are going to be, doing someone's taxes.
Tank Dell started shooting up some of the boards at the Senior Bowl, especially after some of the one-on-ones. But I mentioned it, or we talked about it in some of the Senior Bowl wrap-up shows. Tank Dell was gonna happen with these oak trees that they had at corner at the Senior Bowl. Tank Dell's should have an advantage on Julius Prince, right? In a one-on-one situation.
Everyone saw the Senior Bowl highlights and just run it out. But
do we have the details on the trade?
We don't, but we do have pick 70 for the Las Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders pick is in. We can't keep up anymore, Shane.
Yeah, the Las Vegas Raiders are selecting Alabama defensive lineman Byron Young at pick 70. Byron Young.
That feels early.
it feels a little early. He was kind of fringe. I think top 100. My defensive lineman 11. He's kind of the Alabama defensive lineman. Like he's solid, not spectacular. But looking at the defensive lineman left, I only have two guys above him: Siaki Ika, who's a nose tackle, and Jalen Redmond, who I think is more the penetrating pass rusher. I think Byron Young's the best kind of 5-techy lineman on the board, tough off the line. You know, he could stop the run. He's not gonna be explosive, not gonna rush the passer kind of guy. A little early though. I agree.
Yeah, this just feels early for a 2-down player, which is what I think he is.
Yeah.
Tommy thinks that comparing Dale to Roscoe Parrish.
It's fair if he was fast. Like he's not Roscoe Parrish fast, you know? That's the problem. Houston got 69 from the Rams for pick 73 and pick 151.
Which feels in the 5th.
Yeah, I can check that real quick. Pick 151 is in the 5th. Yeah, okay. That they got from Seattle.
I should have wrote this down, like the start and end numbers, like at the top of the notepad.
I know, yeah. We just need to start and end of each round. I think maybe for tomorrow you might want to slap that because day 3 I'm like, what round are we in? Pierce, what's the ETA on Antonio Johnson, safety? You know,
this feels about right.
Yeah, he's my safety too. To me.
Yeah,
I think he's kind of a one trick guy, right? We talked about like I think you mentioned for a different player. You know, he's kind of an in the box more safety stuff. But this feels right. I think we see him soon.
Miranda liked the pick for the Lions with Hooker, by the way.
Yeah, nice. I think it's a good pick there.
So the Saints on the clock now that we know that the Raiders have picked Byron Young. So what are the Saints looking at? My man over here is wanting running back. He's wanting to replace Kamara with Tajay Spears from Tulane. What do you think about that, Jay?
Tajay Spears. I think it's a little early, especially because of the knee issue potentially. But if we see Tajay Spears, we have the pick. If he's down for me to announce it. The New Orleans Saints do select a running back. Kendre Miller, running back out of TCU, going to the New Orleans Saints. So not quite Tajay Spears, but Kendre Miller, I think it's about where he was going to go. I thought maybe Devin Achane would go ahead of him, but in terms of a 3-down running back, and Kendre Miller's the next best on the board, my RB6.
So I'm going to leave Kendre Miller, the running back from TCU, the pick here. I'm lower on him because I got no testing. I got no athletic profile, but he's young. So, Shane, you're saying that what we saw on tape this year before the injury, he got injured before the Michigan or early in the Michigan game, right?
Right.
So you love the potential here in the New Orleans offense for Kendre Miller.
Kendre Miller, you get speed and power. You get both because he runs through the arm tackles, but he has that cutting ability to cut back. Love him as a hands catcher. Also a decent blocker. I think he's underrated in that aspect. You know, he ran through a lot of big holes. I think it's the problem. You just don't know how he's going to work with some, tight gap scheme blocking and coverage. But ultimately, I think if he can get a little more fluid, a little more shifty, we can see him maybe get a little skinnier. I think he could be a 3-down running back and a future starter for the Saints.
There you go. Not 21 yet either. So prototypical size, 5'11", 215 for a running back. So Shane, thumbs up on the Kendre Miller to the Saints here.
Yeah, I'm in. I think it's about where he should go, and I think it's a good selection. I think he could be a starter here. I'm pretty happy with it. I think Kendre Miller fans, fantasy fans also, it's a good spot, right, for a running back. Alvin Kamara might get suspended.
Yeah, if you're looking at brackets and they show the last 4 out of the bracket there, Kendre Miller, the last one out of my top 100, 101 on the board for Kendre Miller for me.
101. He just snuck into mine. So
yes, well, actually, he snuck well into your 75 on your board.
75.
Yeah. He was firmly in.
Never mind. Yeah,
he was a condo. It was a 9 seed on your board there, Shane.
The condo was the sneaker in of the running backs. So. Yeah, it's a good good selection, good landing spot. I want to see some fantasy feedback in the chat. I want to see what people are thinking with Kendra Miller going to the Saints. Might be a better spot than Zach Charbonnet in Seattle, right? I mean, is that
it definitely feels like a better spot here.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Ben's over here anxiously awaiting the TV highlights. I'm not sure how much TCU he watched this year for to get that.
You'll like the highlights, yeah, for sure. And but you'll see those big holes too.
Someone brought up on Twitter, off-ball linebackers falling like rocks here.
Yeah, off-ball receivers. I think we've had some, but not the ones we expected, I guess.
Right.
We have the next pick. Is the
Arizona's pick is in at pick 72 as the Saints are just announcing their pick on the television. But let's go here. The Arizona's pick at 72, Shane.
Garrett Williams, cornerback out of Syracuse. So he was a tough case, right? Garrett Williams.
Yeah. Garrett Williams potentially is a first-round pick at corner if not for the injury this year, right? So he was trending in that direction. Young guy. PFF loved him, right? I mean, he was one of their highest graded corners. So I feel like this is a draft and stash type of deal pick for the Cardinals. He's probably not going to play much for you this year, if any at all. But if he can recover, come back from this was an ACL, right? If he comes back strong from the ACL injury, Garrett Williams could be that number one corner for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting because I think the Cardinals, they're not planning on competing this year, right? Kyler Murray might not play half the season. So you get kind of a good technique corner that I think plays really soundly, solid all around. He's shorter. He's not going to jump in the air. He's not going to get as physical as you want, but like solid player. I don't think it's a bad pick, but I think you need the right system, either a team that was pretty loaded at corner or a team like the Cardinals who aren't going to compete this season and can kind of wait for that.
Right. I think we had talked about it like San Francisco, maybe like at the back end of the third round in the comp pick area.
Right.
Was a potential, was a landing spot.
So kind of the opposite happened there. I like
Les Snead on the clock now, the Rams GM. What are they what could they be looking for here at pick 73?
Yeah, the Rams have been trading back a bit, right? They drafted Steve Avila, moving up to pick 36, and that's their only pick so far, right? So
yes, they're giving all the picks.
They need everything.
It certainly feels like they wanted Hendon Hooker because as soon as he was off the board, they bailed.
Jake Hayner's on the board. He could go here. I think running back. They looked hard at running backs. They don't have a backup to Cam Akers. They're kind of a team with everything wide open. They still need an offensive tackle. Almost the entire front seven of the defense needs rework too. This could be a spot for a linebacker, Trenton Simpson. But I think since Nick Herbig, the edge. I think edge is on the board for the Steelers in the third round. So could make sense.
We're still waiting to see what the Rams are doing here.
Rams pick. Potentially, they're trading down. The New York Giants are on the clock. Pick 70.
Wow.
Pick 73 going to the Giants for 89. So it's a big jump. And pick 128. So pick 89 and 128 is going to, that's a fourth rounder going to the Rams. They get
come at me one more time with that.
Giants send 89 and 128, third and a fourth for the Rams' third round pick.
So they give up a 4 to come up 16 spots here in the third round. Giants systematically picking targets here. What are the G-men coming up here to get?
Yeah, like they got Deontay Banks and John Michael Schmidt so far. They still need the receiver. Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs. They have 17 slot receivers, but we can use an 18th here for the Giants. Cedric Tillman if they want some size, right? I feel like it's got to be receiver. They need some more weapons on that team.
So if we're looking outside receiver, we're looking at Tillman or maybe Hyatt.
We have the pick.
Pick is in.
Have to pick.
Is it a wide receiver?
It is. You called it. Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver out of Tennessee. My wide receiver 4 going to the New York Giants. They get the deep threat. I love this spot in that offense, right? Kind of the Gabe Davis-esque role that you can play. I think Hyatt can play on the outside. They played some of that stack wide, and he's the top speed guy. Brian talked about it before, right? Dominated Alabama's defense, great at ball tracking. He gets under the ball. I think it's a good fit. If they had taken him around 1, I wouldn't have said boo.
There you go. So you get the deep threat for Danny Dimes here. 3rd round wide receiver. What is the fantasy impact for that?
No, it's tough because Hyatt's probably not a big, he's not going to catch 70 balls, right? So maybe a best ball guy. But the Giants don't really have like a top fit receiver. So I think Jalen Hyatt, Danny Dimes has that arm. I think, John's saying I think he's better than Darius Slayton. I like it. I think he's going to be undervalued in fantasy rookie drafts.
I don't know if Cleveland's pick is in yet, but it feels like Adebawore for them.
Yeah,
I know my man Pete Smith loves him some Nigerian players, and Adebawore is sitting right there on the board at a position of need for the Cleveland Browns. It feels like a landing spot for him.
I went on a Browns podcast. I mean, they were just begging for a defensive lineman, like please.
They drafted Perion Winfrey last year, and he's got some off-field issues working through right now.
Yeah, I think they could even go, edge rusher, linebacker. You still got Overshawn, Trenton Simpson, Deion Henley.
What is the story on Trenton Simpson? Why do you think he's still on the board here?
Instincts. I think off-ball linebacker with bad instincts is a bad combination. I like him. I think if you can give him a good coach, I think he could be a stud. But he's not a middle linebacker, right? He's a more weak side guy. Just need the right fit. Fantasy impact, Darren Waller's a stud. Yeah, I think Jalen Hyatt takes a player off of Darren Waller, right? Are the Giants? You got to keep that safety back, or you're going to get burned.
See, not only are you getting instant NFL draft analysis, we're giving you instant fantasy analysis here because of Shane, not because of me. I have no.
I don't know how my summer's going to be busy. I got to get you we got to do a league together.
We'll see.
Yeah, so 26 hours into the draft, the Cleveland Browns finally have a pick. Let's, it's fun.
This team is solely dependent on Deshaun Watson rounding back into form.
Right, you got Watson, you got Chubb. Yeah, you got it.
Their offense, Watson has to be good for them to contend.
Right. I mean, look, you sold the farm for him.
I'm in one fantasy league. I have a work league. It's a 10-team league, and that's it. I don't play Dynasty. I don't play Debbie. I don't play C2C. I play in a
watch so much
fantasy league with my players, people at work, and that is it.
All right, we have the Browns pick here. The Cleveland Browns select Cedric Tillman, wide receiver out of Tennessee. So back-to-back Tennessee Volunteer receivers going at pick 73 and 74. Cedric Tillman, the tall, more physical, very productive. He got hurt this past season, but gives a more physical, bigger presence that can go up the seam and make big plays. Good run blocker for Nick Chubb on the outside. I mean, to me, he should be a starter for the Cleveland Browns, right? Opposite Amari Cooper. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, I had Tillman rated higher than his teammate there, Hyatt. So I love this. 44 on my board, Cedric Tillman.
Nice.
Like I said, I don't do player comps very often, but when I watched his tape, he reminded me so much of T. Higgins. And so that's
if he's T. Higgins for Cleveland with Amari Cooper and Deshaun Watson and Njoku, I mean that's a good offense.
I mean, that team's tough, man. I mean, it's totally dependent on Watson.
They have Elijah Moore.
Yeah,
I mean, Elijah Moore's the slot guy, right? So here's your other.
So let's say this doesn't say good things for Donovan Peoples-Jones, right? RIP DPJ.
I mean, look, Cedric, it's a 3rd-round pick. I don't get too excited about a 3rd-round pick, but it doesn't say great things when you traded for a slot receiver and drafted another one. But that offense pretty stacked this year.
Also, R.I.P. Anthony Schwartz.
Yeah, that he was dead long ago. The Falcons are on the clock. We do have that pick for Atlanta.
Atlanta already in.
They went quick here.
Who we got here for the Falcons?
The Falcons like Zach Harrison, edge rusher out of the Ohio State University.
Take it away, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, big, long, explosive, right? He's that old Ohio State pass rusher, very explosive, very athletic. He's got the length. I mean, just disengages with defensive linemen and bullies them. Very raw. Pass rush moves, doesn't have many. He can tackle, but he's not playing as aggressive as he should. I think it's a great tool set that you have to mold. The Falcons need edge help. I know you've been on the edge train for them. You think this fixes it?
It seems like they always are on the edge. Like they always need an edge. They're constantly trying to fix this problem. It's like they keep having a leak, and they keep putting, trying to fix it with a Band-Aid instead of addressing it with a solid player. I like Zach Harrison. I don't know that it necessarily fixes their edge problem here in the, like you said, it's a 3rd-round pick, but as a rotational defensive end, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, as a rotation defensive end, I mean, I think it's the possibility of him being a stud is there. You just gotta mold it to happen. Big area of need. I thought they could have went edge 1st round, got Bijan. Now you start working on that defense. I think it's smart to do. They got to play good defense here. So
Pete Smith, friend of the show, covers the Cleveland Browns for SI, talking about Cedric Tillman, said he thinks he's their future X. He says 2 years to figure it out behind Amari Cooper.
Okay, that's fair. I kind of like the Falcons draft. Bijan, Matt Bergeron, and Zach Harrison. That's a solid.
They've gambled here. To me, they're taking some gambles. I like it. The Patriots pick is in at 76.
Oh, okay.
Patriots did Patriots. They did a Patriots thing.
Uh-oh.
The New England Patriots at pick 76 have drafted linebacker safety from Sacramento State, Marte Mapu. We had heard he could go this high despite the injury he suffered during the Senior Bowl. You liked him as a prospect, and we both probably have him in the top 100 if not for the injury.
Right, he got hurt working out for the draft. He's probably going to, redshirt year, but kind of a linebacker, safety, tweener, downhill, in the box, physical. I mean, he's crushing people at Sacramento State. Maybe one of the best playoffs performances that I've ever seen consistently in that FCS playoff. He was dominating, can crush tight ends at that level. We'll see if he can move up. Medical question. He's pretty stiff. He's a pretty stiff player. So I think you just need the right fit for him. I wonder if they bring him down as a linebacker. We'll see where he plays for them.
NFLPA on the board, I should say. Their first player selected. He got called up to the Senior Bowl after a standout performance at the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl. So they're on the board. This may be one of the higher selections they've had in some years.
Yeah, I think it is. I can't remember the last Sacramento State Day 2 prospect.
Well, I was going to say the NFLPA Bowl, a player from
the NFLPA Bowl. Yeah. No, that's fair.
Mapu's the lowest player on my board. I completely just docked him for the injury.
Right, I did too. And then the level of competition, I thought he'd fall maybe early day 3. So I think that's part of it. Ultimately.
Is that Gamecock legend Jonathan Abraham that Bubba's speaking of here?
Yes. Look, just for you, Bubba's coming, giving you the Gamecock and the Falcon.
Hey, always, I'm not biased at all. Rams back on the clock again. This is I'm not sure where they got this pick from, to be honest. I've lost track.
We've hit that point.
From New England through Miami, they get
from
this
New England through Miami. The Rams have been kind of they have a couple picks this round here, so we'll see. What have they done so far here?
They got Avila.
That's it so far. They keep moving down.
So potential tight end here, edge. They need an edge. The Rams need a lot. That team's in disarray. They sold their soul for the Super Bowl. Good for them. They got the ring. Sons of bitches. But anyway, we do need Nelly said we need a running back run soon.
We do. We need these running backs to start happening. And the Rams could be a spot for that too. They brought a lot of running backs in for a visit. Cut Darrell Henderson last year, right? So Cam Akers looked decent comeback from injury, but maybe it starts here. Running back's always a tough position, but we need some. There we go. We have the pick for the Rams.
The Rams pick is in. Edge, it is. It is the other Byron Young. This one from Tennessee, the edge rusher, going here at pick 77 to the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, and a physical edge rusher from Byron Young. I mean, he really made that Tennessee defense work, helped them win some of those games. When running backs try to block him, he'll bully them. He'll bull rush the linemen. He even played some off-ball linebacker. I think he's versatile. Not super experienced. He was a JUCO guy, and he can run himself out of plays. His bend is iffy as an edge rusher. So I think raw, but a lot of upside and a lot of good production this season.
Yeah, you were about 50 spots higher on him. You had him as your 70th overall player. I was at 125. Thought he showed some good things at the Senior Bowl when he came down here. Older prospect, though, 25 years old.
Yeah, right. And that's maybe part of the downside, too, with the JUCO background and how that goes. But
so that puts Green Bay back on the clock here.
We have the pick. It is very interesting.
Green Bay's pick is in. Shane, who we got?
Green Bay Packers select my guy Tucker Kraft, tight end out of South Dakota State. They took Luke Musgrave already, and now they take Tucker Kraft. So we're not only replacing the kind of slot, and they drafted Jaden Reed, right? So you want weapons? Aaron Rodgers is gone. We're going to give you weapons. Tucker Kraft maybe going to play that H-back role that we've seen. Not great for his fantasy value, but good for the Packers. They're really loading up on tight end receiver here. Finally.
So Tucker Kraft can block. Luke Musgrave, not as skilled a blocker as Kraft.
No.
Compare Kraft to Dallas Goedert, who obviously everybody's going to because they play at the same school.
Yeah, I mean, I think similar players, both physical blockers, that soft hands, tough after the catch, can run you down, love them in the red zone. My comp for Tucker Kraft, like I looked at my notes as prospects, it lined up perfectly with Travis Kelce. Like athletic, but didn't play as athletic. Injury kind of slowed them down, but in terms of playing smart, finding the hole in the zone, running guys down after the catch, I think Tucker Kraft has a lot of that. He doesn't play up to his time speed, but I'm obviously a big Tucker Kraft staying here. My tight end 3 in the class. He'll be better than Luke Musgrave.
We talked about not good for certain players. So much for Degara, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Degara was always kind of overdrafted. Yeah, spite picks. Rodgers is out. We're drafting receiver, 2 tight ends. That's what you get. Day 2.
Nelly says shades of Gronk and Hernandez with less murder.
Couldn't have said it differently, Brian. Yeah. Look, I would love that to have more Kraft in line, and I hope they use them. I mean, can I say it? The Packers have a lot of weapons now. Christian Watson. We saw Romeo Doubs play well. Jaden Reed, Luke Musgrave, Tucker Kraft. There's a lot of weapons here on the Packers all of a sudden.
Tommy wants to know where we have Jair Brown. Shane, I'm going to let you have this one. I don't like Jair Brown at all.
I do. I think Jair Brown just tested a lot poor, more poor than he should have. I had him in top 100, just moved him out right at the end. I think he could go today. The Colts are on the clock. We do have the pick. It's a big one for our fantasy folks. Let's make it happen.
All right, Shane, you're promising big things for the fantasy community with this Indianapolis Colts pick. So where are they going?
Anthony Richardson has his slot receiver. Josh Downs, wide receiver of North Carolina, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. So you're pairing him with Michael Pittman, with Alec Pierce, Josh Downs on the inside. I mean, Josh Downs, my wide receiver 6. I love this pick in the 3rd round because he gets open so easily. And he's a hands catcher. Man, I mean, he uses everything to sell his routes. He's super tough to cover. Not a big catch radius, slot only, but like a really good slot receiver.
Would you believe at pick 35, I had the Colts selecting Josh Downs in my 2-round mock draft today?
There you go.
And they get him here at pick 79. Wow, that's good. That's great value. This is tremendous.
They lost Paris Campbell. Paris Campbell now on the Giants. The Giants, maybe slot there. So boom, replace it with Josh Downs. I mean, look, I think Alec Pierce is going to be what he's going to be. I just think, the target share for Pierce is going to get its volume.
Shane, we have an upset here, though. 8-9-7 Raz for Josh Downs.
Oh, big upset. Big upset for
we've gone sub 9, but
get a good player though.
But still elite. But he's still an elite Raz. He was 0.3 away from being 9.
Oh yeah, very close, very close.
And who knows? Maybe Kent did an update and he's above 9 now. I don't know.
Look, Nick, an interesting. I think it's actually a good thought, right? I mean, if Anthony Richardson doesn't have touch on his balls, that could be a problem for Josh Downs and a lack of a catch radius.
That's true.
We'll say that. So
Alec Pierce does have that catch radius, though.
Ballard has gone soft, Nelly. The analytics guy says from
he's
the
done
marketplace.
Yeah, I like this pick for the Colts, Josh Downs.
Yeah, worth a shot.
Especially at 79, right?
And that was the Carson Wentz pick. Carson Wentz trade pick. So
there you go. That worked out.
Yeah.
So your boys are on the clock here. Pittsburgh Steelers, pick 80. What are you feeling here, man?
It's tough. I think this is a tough spot. I think they addressed a lot of the needs that they had. So I don't think there's anything that sticks out. I thought maybe. I think Luke Whippler could be on the board at center. They could go that way. They could take Trenton Simpson. I think Trenton Simpson is a Mike Tomlin type of an inside linebacker. No instincts, all athleticism, for better or for worse. I don't know, man. I think it's kind of wide open. I still would take a nickel corner. I don't know who you have as the best one, but.
Let's see who I've got. Jacorian Bennett. The Pittsburgh is no longer making a pick here.
That's the best scenario for me.
The Carolina Panthers on the clock here at pick 80. We're going to work on the details of that trade. But to go back to nickel here, I like potentially Trey Tomlinson and Jacorian Bennett is the best nickels, I think. Clark Phillips III would be the best nickel still on the board.
So the Panthers so far, Bryce Young, Jonathan Mingo, right? Do they keep going offense to help out Bryce Young? Maybe a running back, maybe you get kind of a weapon like a chain, maybe an edge rusher. We have the pick.
Shane, you've got the pick. Who is it?
The Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson, edge rusher out of Oregon here. Opposite Brian Burns, perhaps. A good pass rusher, but they don't have much else pass rush-wise. I think I had him in my top 100. I don't know if I took him out at the last minute, but size, speed guy. Explosive, good motor. Weak. He's not a strength player. Instincts are down, but DJ Johnson has some upside.
I was like so many other edge better than DJ Johnson here. I had him at 176 on my board, 85 on your board, Shane. So you're much higher on the former Duck than me.
I just have Adebaware is the only edge I have above him. So
I'm sitting here looking at my board now. Adebawore, I have ahead. Diaby, McGuire, Carter, Horton, Colby Wooden, Auburn. I had Lonnie Phelps from Kansas, KJ Henry. I mean, several guys here I like better than DJ Johnson. I just saw him at the Senior Bowl, wasn't impressed.
Right. Had him at 85, so I had him in the top 100.
Yeah,
I need the points here. It's not going so well for me.
Yeah, it's fading for me. I'm fading into oblivion here.
Marte Mapu
picks. So,
all right. So the Steelers trade pick 80 for pick 93. So they're staying in the third round, and they're picking up a fourth round pick 132 that Carolina got from San Francisco. So they are getting their fourth rounder back.
There you go. That's what we talked about them doing earlier, is getting that fourth rounder back that they gave up to move up for Broderick Jones. So there you go, Shane. Good trade for the Steelers, obviously here.
Yeah, they had made the pick. Yeah, they had no pick till the 7th round. So I think it's a good pick. Good move.
Yep. Yeah, I just don't necessarily like DJ Johnson. I like just way more edge rushers there.
DJ Johnson, he's productive in Oregon pass rusher. He kept it going without Thibodeau. That was a good sign.
Tennessee Titans on the clock here.
They've had a draft.
Yes, this pick from Detroit by way of Arizona.
Yeah, Skoronski and Levis so far for Tennessee.
Another wide receiver here, maybe. Who could we see a wide receiver coming off the board? We started to see a run here, another run. Tyler Scott, Cincinnati, on the board. Xavier Hutchinson, Iowa State. Andre Yoshivas, Princeton. A.T. Perry, Wake Forest. Just a handful of guys here.
Yeah, it's Tyler Scott would be my guy if you're gonna go slot player. If they go that route, I mean they could. They could go defense. Even a Siaki Ika from Baylor, get a nose tackle in there. I don't know, safety. Titans are a weird. They're a team I always have trouble, kind of picking what they're gonna do.
Yeah, it's not ideal trying to project for those guys, right?
Yeah. Right. That is tough.
Anywhere else other than wide receiver you could see Tennessee going?
Like I said, I think safety, I think it'd be offense, maybe even interior line if they want to keep building up the offensive line for Will Levis and the kind of the future there. I think shoring up the trenches would be solid. No, and I think just going value. I mean, Trenton Simpson, maybe Darnell Washington, right? He's still on the board. Someone's got to make that pick.
What about a running back? Are we ready to?
I know we had one person tweet that Derrick Henry is getting traded, but I can't. I just can't. It could happen. I don't think it's a great move to make here, but these running backs got to come off the board at some point.
Yeah. How many did you say we're going to go in the top 100?
Don't ask me. It's not looking good.
If we don't have a run here,
I need soon. 4 more. I need 4 more to go.
The Titans pick is in. Do we have it?
The clock third. I do not see it yet. Let's say. No, I don't know. Titans pick.
Titans being tight-lipped here.
Yeah, it's it's been a pretty good day too. I mean, it's some unique receivers off the board, but I think we got Hyatt, we got Downs here round 3. I think teams are gonna take some of that value that has fallen at these positions.
Interesting stuff. They're killing me here. Nobody's got.
Look, we can take a little break. We've had some of these picks have been hot and heavy. I actually still kind of like the offensive tackle value. Carter Warren, Blake Freeland, some guys that.
You know what, Shane? Let's let the TV announce the pick for once.
All right, look at that. Yeah, good job, TV. I haven't
Shocking.
seen it.
Jason McCourty out there announcing the pick for the Titans.
Jason McCourty.
He's giving a dissertation about something. I don't know what.
Look, this is how day 2 goes. It's why it's our favorite day, right?
It's also why we end up 3 picks ahead of the TV.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is what we get. Yeah, like I said, it's just wild.
I feel like we're being punished here.
Yeah. Is anyone still in the chat? Or we have lost Jason McCourty has cost us everyone watching.
The little clip says we still have 23 people watching.
Yeah.
That dropped by 2.
That
Jesus.
dropped by 2. Jason McCourty did not.
Thanks. Why is he still talking?
You know this is how this goes. I just don't know how we don't have the pick yet. That's my question.
Did Albert Breer fall asleep?
The Seahawks are up at 83. Why we don't have 81 yet?
So Tampa's pick is already in. And yet we know nothing.
every
and
chat
he's
I'm in
still talking.
Every chat I'm in is just like, be quiet. Right?
Well, there you go. The pick is in.
All right.
It's Tajay Spears. Running back.
Tajay Spears, running back out of Tulane. I thought maybe he would fall a little bit, right? Had a really good Senior Bowl. What did you see at the Senior Bowl? That's where people really started picking up on Tajay Spears.
I jumped on the Tajay Spears bandwagon after the Houston game earlier this season, showed how much he can be as a pass-catching running back. And then he showed that elusiveness and explosion at the Senior Bowl, was probably easily the best running back there all week in Mobile. Tajay Spears, I love this pick for the Titans as a potential, down the road move on from Derrick Henry.
I think it's more compliment, right? I mean, this is a very different.
Initially, I think it's a compliment, right?
Yeah.
Initially,
you hope so. Very cool. I'm kind of floored that he went above, Devin Achane and some of the other running backs, that are on the board, because I think he's explosive. I do have some worries about the translation inside rushing for a team like the Titans. But
Tampa Bay's pick seemingly is in as well.
Yeah.
Are we going to get back-to-back TV picks here?
Look, we could get back-to-back running backs here, maybe. Yeah, so Nelly beats Kane in the their bet. Tajay Spears versus Chase Brown, draft capital.
The pick is in, and we got an edge.
Oh, okay.
For the Buccaneers, it's Yaya Diaby from Louisville.
Nice.
Bigger, more physical edge rusher here.
Yeah, you had him in the top 100. Very athletic for his size. He can win with strength. He can win with bend. I think he does both pretty well. Definitely some high impact games. Just not a leverage guy. 1 year wonder. I don't know how he fits. I kind of like the fit with Tampa because they've had some of those stand up bigger pass rushers. So I do like this fit here.
Yeah, 6'3", 264. You mentioned the athleticism, 9.86 Raz, down another guy from the Senior Bowl, 151 10-yard split, man. That's quick. Had 39 tackles this last year, not this in 2021. 4.5 140 at 264, man. That's moving 37-inch vertical. So tremendous athlete. You drafted our guy Joe Tryon in the first round last year. We've got a
trade. Yeah.
Denver is up at 83.
Denver making the
Denver
move.
on the move. Who was this with? Seattle?
Seattle, yep. Trade with Seattle. Oh. What's Denver moving up from? Do they trade for another pick? I'm not sure. They did not. They're moving up from the 4th.
Ooh.
From the 4th round to the 3rd.
Sean Payton, it's like he took Mickey Loomis with him.
Yeah, can't keep asking Henry for center. Scott wants that center. Luke Whippler's still on the board.
Whippler is
Maybe
still
that's
on
who they
the
go
board.
with. If you are watching, if you can click the like button, it'd be very helpful. So if
Yes.
you haven't done that, very quick. Just
and if you somehow stumbled upon us and not subscribed to the channel, please do that as well.
Yeah, we have the pick.
The pick is in. Thankfully, I'm tired of the TV telling me who's picking. This is ridiculous.
The Denver Broncos select Riley Moss, cornerback out of Iowa, kind of a corner safety tweener. So not a center. Sorry, Scott, but you do get a very physical ball hawk, good footwork, smart player. I think, I like him. He's dealt with some injuries, but I think Riley Moss is a solid depth piece for the secondary.
Some would say he's sneaky fast.
There you go. I think he's just fast. I think he's just fast.
Yeah,
the Broncos gave up a 2024 third, and pick 108, their 4th round pick. So expensive move.
Yeah. So a 2024 third round pick goes to Seattle, as well as pick 108 in the 4th round for Denver to come up to get Riley Moss here.
Riley Moss makes sense. I think of versatility. He can play safety. He's not like a downhill tackler guy, though he plays physical and coverage. I don't think he's a big tackle player, but Broncos secondary is pretty good. But you're kind of add something else there. So add another rotational player,
another Senior Bowl player.
I think they're going to announce him as a safety here. So safety,
interesting
safety pick. Looks to be the case. So a little surprising. Yeah, he's an older guy. He actually was going to come out last year, right? I think he accepted an invite to the Senior Bowl and backed out. I think you may mention that, which is interesting because he got hurt.
Yes, and went back to school, took that extra year, which makes him. And we've seen that a lot this year. There's a lot of older prospects in this draft class. We're not, it's going to take maybe another 2 years to cycle through here till we get back to normal.
So right. 25 is going to get a hit as well. Like Joseph's asking me, texting me questions. I'm like, I can't answer right now. Miami on the clock. Devin Achane. This got to be Devin Achane.
Right. I mean, we're going to get a running back here.
Come on.
Where is the like?
Unless they're.
That's
it should be under the video.
Right under the video.
Thumbs up.
You're watching on YouTube. Yeah.
It should be a little thumbs up, thumbs down. Don't hit the thumbs down. I mean, I guess you can. Whatever you want. But yeah, I mean, unless they're going to sign Dalvin Cook or something,
right? Which could be maybe that could be something in the works. So if it's not a running back here, what else could the Dolphins be looking at?
I think they took a corner already. So I think offensive line, I think they need tackle or interior. Definitely needed some depth there. Ultimately. Chandler Zavala, Braden Daniels, something like that. I could see a Blake Freeland maybe moving inside. They need a tight end. They don't have a tight end right now. Right? Mike Gesicki's gone.
Well, the pick is in.
Darnell Washington, Will Mallory. That would be great. I think that would be it. Mallory could stay in Miami. Just leave him there,
There you go.
Linebacker, Trenton Simpson.
Could be. We're getting some track highlights on the TV right now for Riley Moss.
Yeah. Not sneaky fast, just fast.
Not sneaky fast, just fast.
Just fast.
The TV is going to give us another pick here, Shane.
All right. There you go. You can. I have the pick. Yeah. Yeah.
And it is Devin Achane.
Devin Achane. That's a nice spot for Devin Achane, right? He's tough, fits that zone scheme. I mean, extremely
pretty much the perfect fit, right? And 10-1-9 100 meters in high school. You told me that translated to a 4.19 40.
Yeah, which is wild.
It's just crazy. It's crazy speed. 4.32 at the combine. I was so disappointed. I thought he could beat John Ross's record at the combine, but explosiveness. for a 185-pound running back, he'll mix it up
Yeah,
inside.
he's tough.
He's not afraid. 7 yards to carry in the SEC. That's good stuff. Quick fantasy value for A-Chain.
I think he's an immediate contributor. I think he can beat out Jeff Wilson and Raheem Mostert, right? This is like a better version of those guys with Devin A-Chain. He's just a perfect fit because the zone scheme, that one cut ability is really great. So I love it. We knew figured it was going to happen. I had it round 2. I took him around 3. That works for me.
And he's 21 and a half years old. So,
young, productive. He might have fantasy value this year. He's going to catch passes out of the backfield. That offense is going to be scary. I think Miami's going to be good this year. I think it's going to be good this year.
Chargers pick is in.
We're
going to get another TV pick.
Look, what are all the insiders doing?
They took the night off. This is very, very disappointing. After they were on it all night, maybe they're enjoying some KC. The pick is in, and we've got an off-ball linebacker that's not Trenton Simpson. It's Dayon Henley, Washington State. Is he the best coverage linebacker in this draft class? Yes or no?
Yes, I think
So
absolutely.
too. And he showed that at the Senior Bowl in those one-on-ones, man. Because most of the time you see running backs and tight ends take down these linebackers. It's like it's not fair. Dayon Henley, he won the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. This is a great ad for the Chargers defense. I love this pick.
I mean, and you're just getting such a good tackler, such an instinct-driven player, in the run game. I mean, he's patient, reads, and boom, he's there. I think he's not necessarily like a reaction player in terms of coverage. I think he's a good coverage guy. He's there, but he's just not big enough sometimes, and that's the one thing. Might not have that upside. He's going to be a solid player.
Yeah, I mean he's going to get he's not going to be able to get physical with the tight ends, right? He's a little under 6'1", 230, but he's fast, 4.54 speed, great athlete, 805 RAS, another Senior Bowl guy. Is it first round value? Maybe not.
Second round value.
You're getting him around later than he should have went, probably.
Yeah, if he's bigger, he's we were talking. I think we'd be talking about him top of this class with Jack Campbell. But he's my linebacker 4. I think it's a good.
But again, also an older prospect. We should say that a 6-year player. So we should.
He was at Nevada, is that right? And then transferred to Washington State. So he's kind of been around the block.
a little over 23 years old, entering his rookie season.
All right, we got the Ravens up at pick 86 for Baltimore.
They're taking the clock all the way down here. Working the phones, maybe.
Only one pick so far is Zay Flowers for the Ravens. They need a corner pretty badly.
That's different for them, right? They usually
have a lot of picks, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean they need. We still got Keely Ringo, Darius Rush, Clark Phillips.
I want to ask you about a Buckeye here, Shane. As I'm staring the Bengals in the face.
Yes.
Here, 8 picks from now, DeJuan Jones. Why is he still on the board?
Because he's 374 pounds. Like he plays tall. He plays big. I think those type of offensive linemen analytically have not worked out. I think a lot of teams that are moving to analytics might be looking at him like, I don't know if he's going to work out. I mean, I think he's got to be off the board soon with the dominant play that he had, especially as a run blocker. He's nasty. I think the Bengals, if they're going to move,
if he's on the board 8 picks from now,
we have the pick. The Ravens made the pick.
You have the pick?
I do.
Go with the pick.
My second to last first round value, the Ravens select Trenton Simpson, linebacker out of Clemson.
This feels like a Ravens pick. Ravens value pick, man. This feels like what the Ravens do every single year. And it's like that meme. How can we keep letting them do this? And they do it every year. They get the value up and down the board. I mean,
yeah. Well,
such a well-run organization.
Yeah, he's raw. He's very athletic, smooth sideline to sideline. He can hit you pretty darn hard. Good zone cover guy, but his instincts are just poor. Like he'll go for the big hit, he'll whiff, he'll go to the wrong gap, he'll take the wrong angle. Need some work, but I think he could be a stud if it works out.
You have to think going into a locker room like the Ravens, and you're going to be in there with Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen and those guys, they'll, you'll learn how to watch the film and how to make plays, right?
Right. That's what you hope. And I think you have a spot for, you have a spot here where he can sit and learn. Like you said, it's a perfect organization for that. The 49ers are moving up. We have a trade. I jumped the music.
49ers moving up here. Who did they come up here with?
Moving to pick Minnesota, I think, if they still have the pick. That was the original pick.
So Minnesota's pick here. This was their original pick, 87. So
Jed York broke broke this.
Jed York.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it's a good. Let's see who are they moving up for? They need secondary help.
Right. And so you have to think, is this Antonio Johnson, the safety, Texas A&M, still on the board?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I could see one of the corners, Ringo Rush Phillips, we mentioned.
Johnson clearly, I believe, is the top safety if they're looking there. Darius Rush, corner, South Carolina. Keely Ringo, Clark Phillips, Kayubu Kelly, Corey Trice. These are a handful of secondary names. It feels secondary, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels that way, but you never know. They could
shock the world here, right?
Shock the world, sure. I mean, I guess offensive lines, it feels defense. Like, it feels defense to me. So the Vikings are going to trade pick 87 to San Francisco for pick 102.
Which is the last pick tonight.
The last pick tonight. So you get Mr. Second Irrelevant. Pick 164. So that's a 5th rounder. And pick 222, a 7th rounder. Top of the 7th round. Close to it.
So there you go. 3 picks to move back. The Panthers have traded picks 61, 93, and 132. All the picks they got in the Christian McCaffrey trade.
Wow, there you go. Hey, that's one way. They've been moving around, getting aggressive. I don't mind getting aggressive as long as we always like more picks, but more guys, don't work out. Yeah, Pierce saying maybe, Hafanaga had some injuries that could play into it. Ian Rappaport reporting Tajay Spears is missing an ACL. Has cartilage damage, arthritis in his knee. That was the fear why he could fall out of day 2. But he went day 2, so obviously comfortable. Right. The Titans obviously comfortable.
Titans are comfortable, obviously, with his medicals that the guy's missing an ACL, and they take him at running back. Right. Missing an ACL, the man is.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't have
Joe Staley out here announcing the picks on the television, and looks like he's healing it up too, as they tend to do.
As it happens.
There you go. The pick is in, and it is a safety, and it's your guy, not my guy, Jair Brown.
Jair Brown. See, I took him out of the top 100 there. That was a bad move. But Jair Brown, I mean, I think he's a much better athlete than he tested. Really instinctual, reads the quarterback well, can create turnovers, a lot of interceptions this year. Big hitter. I think he cheats sometimes and has some positioning issues. But I really like Jair Brown. He's my safety 5. I think he's a good player.
The poor testing killed me with him.
He plays so much faster.
I understand that, and I just saw a lot of lapses on the tape when I was watching him, and not enough for me to like him enough to have him very high. Brown,
Daniel Jeremiah is top safety in the class. Number 1.
There you go. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah is better at this than me. He makes the big bucks.
I don't know. You beat him in the mock draft contest. So
I did, but
let's not say anything. Just saying.
But Jair Brown, safety 14 for me.
They moved up for him. Just gave up 3 picks to get him. So there you go.
Jacksonville's pick at 88 is in.
All right, that's good. We'll see if we find that one out. My best available, Darnell Washington, my only first round rated prospect still on the board. If I could go there. obviously a potential knee issue. Dewan Jones, Adebaware, Marvin Overshawn, Keely Ringo, Clark Phillips, Darius Rush, and Antonio Johnson.
There you go. So Jacksonville.
Yeah, I don't know how Tajay Spears doesn't have an ACL. I don't know how that happens or what. That knee injury must have been pretty nasty.
So Fred Taylor announcing the Jacksonville pick. Should he be in the Hall of Fame? Maybe. But Fred Taylor's announcing a running back.
Fragile
here.
Freddy.
And he's announcing Tank Bigsby, the running back from Auburn, to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
We talked about it before. The Jaguars' most top 30 visits to running backs in this class. They have traded James Robinson away. Tank Bigsby gives you a little thunder and lightning that I think they want with Travis Etienne, right? Tough interior runner, was productive, good vision, good footwork, good hands, a good blocker. He's not patient, but he's tough. I don't think he's a good outside guy, but fumbles a lot, but a potential in the style to run up the gut and get physical.
There you go. So Tank Bigsby also gives you some kick return ability, right?
Yeah, I mean, a little scary for fantasy, where you have ETN there, you have Bigsby there. We got the Charbonnet-Kenneth Walker duo. Now we have this duo. Biff saying he's the new Jordan Howard for Doug Peterson. It's fair. So we have two tanks go today, Tank Dell and Tank Bigsby.
So looking at Rams on the clock, best available on my board right now is Adetomiwa Adebawore and Darnell Washington. They're the only two I had with, if you say first round, Adebawore is the only one left if you count 31 picks. Ringo, Dewan Jones, Darius. So a lot of corners I had high still available here. Best available on your board, Shane, is Dewan Jones, 33rd overall on your board, still here.
Yeah.
Then Adebawore and the like. DeMarvion Overshawn still on the board there. Just kind of plays reckless, I think, is the issue with him.
Yeah, I like him though, man. I think
he's a fun player to watch, but just plays a bit out of sorts. Yeah.
I wanted him to go to Houston, and that D'Amico Ryan's defense would have been fun. Would be fun. But Rams on the clock. They've been trading down a little bit. They got Steve Avila. They got Byron Young, the edge rusher out of Tennessee. Playing it close to the line here. I think for a rebuild team, it's a smart way to go.
Right. Who do we see the Rams maybe, or are we looking just at this point, we just grabbing best available player with the Rams? We've got a lot of players.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I don't know if their team is going to take a chance on a Darnell Washington or Dewan Jones, the size guys, but they could take an Adebawore. They could take an Overshawn. They could take one of these running backs left too. Like I said,
we got to get those. We got to get those running backs.
Yeah, I think Tank's getting those goal line carries for the Jaguars. Perhaps
that's probably accurate.
Perhaps. So we shall see. Yeah, man, I'm ready. We're getting toward the end here, right? Pick 89.
Yeah, we're going to 102. So we've got 13 more picks here to go tonight, and then the grind tomorrow. The bell might not be going off tomorrow, Shane. I'm going to tell you.
We're just gonna
tell you
what's happening. It goes quick. I'm trying to get reports or write reports real quick. It's gonna be wild.
Yeah. So it's tomorrow. It's hot and heavy. If you're going to be with us tomorrow, man, we want you here. That's for sure.
So back in December, Tank Dell played for Houston, got drafted by the Texans. He sent a DM to the Texans Instagram account, said, "Don't let me leave the city," and they did not.
There you go. Save on those moving costs, right?
Yeah. Hey, that's always nice. We get the hometown combo.
So
Jaguars GM Trent Baalke now is drafted a running back every single year. He's been a GM from 2011, 2016, and 2021 to 2023.
What a stat. That's probably the right way to go, though, right?
Yeah. Seahawks do the same. It's very similar. Very similar. I don't know if it's been every year, but just about.
Rams out here with their pick. And it is interior defensive lineman Kobe Turner from Wake Forest. Transfer from Richmond. 6'2", 288, so a little undersized guy here at the defensive tackle position.
Yeah, a little bit undersized. It's kind of interesting. He definitely flashed in their bowl game. Good pass rusher, bull rusher. I think he plays well in some of those big games. He can pin his ears back. He can get overwhelmed by long guys. He's a little stumpy, but rush lanes, he'll miss the running back sometimes. But I think I wrote him up after their bowl game. He was a stud for Wake Forest.
Yeah. This feels a little high to me.
Yeah, I have a D-line 13.
Yeah. A little high. Dallas has already turned the card in at pick 90. They wasted no time.
Look, they're
ready to get out of here.
They're ready to get out of here. They got Mozzie Smith, Schoonmaker. I don't know if we have any more Michigan guys to take.
That's their second Shrine Bowl pick. Schoonmaker and now Kobe Turner. No, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm confused here.
I was saying, sorry, I moved to the Cowboys.
Kobe Turner is another Shrine Bowl.
Another Shrine guy. Yeah, well, it's getting to that point. Ultimately.
Oh, jeez. Drew Pearson's
back. He already did his thing, so he's going to be good for us.
We sure about that?
Yeah.
I'm going to hit the bell in case Drew Pearson decides to do this before I fall asleep.
Maybe. We might never know. Tommy's not loving it.
It's your guy, Shane. DeMarvion Overshawn, the linebacker from Texas, comes off the board at pick 90.
Staying in Texas with with the Cowboys. I like Overshawn. Like you said, he's pretty reckless, but he's tough, weeds through traffic well, a good tackler. He can hit you, he can wrap you up. I like his coverage ability a little bit more than I think
he gives you a little pass rush upside too. It's gonna if their defense coordinator get a little creative with him and Parsons now. As on some pass rush downs, I think it's going to help.
Yeah, instincts can be hit or miss, but I think they need that off-ball linebacker to really kind of bring the defense together. So, we're gonna say Bip asked fantasy implications. Look, there's always going to be meta landing spots. The talent will win out. I think the Charbonnet pick is really what hurts for fantasy, but I think the receivers, some pretty good landing spots. And you got to like a chain. I think things balance itself out. The tight ends have been pretty good too. So I think it's still going to be a good class fantasy wise.
Buffalo's pick is in, and then the Cincinnati Bengals will be on the clock, or they're on the clock now, I should say. DeJuan Jones is still sitting there. Roshan Johnson, we think the running back for Texas, a guy that the Bengals have been connected to, still on the board. Yeah. Darnell Washington still.
Adebawari is still there too.
Oh my God.
We have a trade. I'm assuming with the Bengals.
The Bengals and the Chiefs.
Bengals and the Chiefs.
What are we doing? I love it. I love the trade. The Bengals felt like they needed an extra pick.
Yeah, you're moving down.
Who is this jackass?
Well, hey, now, he's super excited. I don't know who this is.
Somebody said it was an influencer of some kind. So I feel calling him a slang term for a donkey was.
Look, we're influencers, Ryan.
Is that? Are we? The pick is in, and it's Dorian Williams, linebacker, Tulane.
Ooh, you like him?
I do. I really do. And good in coverage. seek and destroy is the mission from Dorian Williams when he's on the field. Great week at the Senior Bowl. Rocked up, man. He's a tremendous player here. I love the value. Buffalo needed a linebacker. It's one of the picks. We kind of mocked.
Their fans, let us know.
Yeah, they sure did, and they get their guy here at pick 91.
Yeah, I mean, he's small. He's not long. Yeah, that's one of the issues. But like I said, good instincts, tough. He'll hit you, can make plays. I think it's a good fit for the Bills after. I think they've struggled to find that second linebacker.
Do we have the details on what the Bengals have acquired here?
To move down 3 picks, they acquired pick 217, so a 7th round pick.
7th round pick.
So that you got one for Sean Clifford there if you want him, Brian, in the 7th round. So
why do you hate me, Shane? Why do you hate me?
Look, I'm just saying that when
they move down to 95 and they get 217 in
217.
Is that 7th or is that the end of the 6th? That's the end of the 6th.
That's the 7th. It's the very last pick of the 6th. You're right.
There you go.
Sorry. I was taking my guess there to this one pick up. So look, a 6th round pick. That counts more, right?
That's too early for Sean Clifford.
One pick off. That's what? We'll see. I'll still go in Sean Clifford.
What did Kansas City make a deal with the Bengals made a deal with the devil here? So what did Kansas City come up here to get?
Yeah. I mean, what have they done so far in the draft? We saw the pass rusher day 1. We saw Rashee Rice earlier, who they moved up for. So moving up again. It could be running back, could be corner. I'm trying to think what else we have. Right tackle, DeJuan Jones. Could be a DeJuan Jones spot.
As much advertising as I do for Dr. Pepper on this podcast, they should at least throw a sponsorship dollars at us. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah. So there we go. I think Paul's guessing Blake Freeland. Another that right tackle spot. I think it could use someone. If the Bengals move down and the Chiefs take DeJuan Jones, would you be upset at the trade?
If they wanted DeJuan Jones, they would have took him, right?
That's fair, right? You wouldn't hand him over to the Chiefs.
Jake Liskow, host of the Locked On Bengals podcast, said for all the people clamoring for the Bengals to take a punter, there's your punter pick.
There you go. You can get
Brett. You get that extra
Brad Robbins, pick. Bryce Behringer.
We got a whole brigade out here for the Chiefs pick.
Wow, it's Kansas City, right? Yeah.
What they didn't have.
We're not going to get the pick for another 10 minutes, but
we didn't have some old timer that could come out here and drone on for an hour and a half.
No, we got Goodell for that. That's fine. Watch the Chiefs take Jones. Could happen. Look, we haven't been getting picks as much here. The TV's been giving us some of these.
Maybe they started sending out cease and desist.
Yeah. And thanks, everyone, for hopping in, hanging out yesterday. I appreciate you. Hopefully we get some people tomorrow for day 3.
Yeah. Hardcore tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
So the bearded one is going to come up here and announce the pick of the Chiefs fans here. This appears to be a military group. They're wearing shirts.
I have the Steelers pick. I have the next pick.
Well, hold on to that. And
oh my goodness, I don't know what the Chiefs pick is. Okay, I got it. Do you want it?
Here we go. Wanya Morris, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma. So not DeJuan Jones.
Not DeJuan Jones, but they do take a right tackle in Wanya Morris. Really good player. I mean, a clean kind of zone right tackle. So definitely on that right side, good footwork, good movement. He's thin. He'll get pushed around a bit. I think he's underrated. He's not going to fit every scheme, but I think it's really interesting. So,
and going to play right tackle, right? So is it him or is it going to be, he comes in competition with Lucas Niang, right? Another former third round pick, I believe.
Right. Which look, I think Wanya Morris, you probably want to develop him a little bit here going well. So can I announce the Steelers pick?
You can. Pick 93 for the Steelers, Shane. Take it away.
Pittsburgh Steelers like Darnell Washington, tight end out of Georgia.
Man.
Wow, what a pick for the Pittsburgh
Darnell
Steelers.
Washington to the Steelers.
They got, Pat Fryermuth there. They need more blocking. Here's your number 2 tight end. Can block for you, has the size, athleticism. I'm with Nelly. I think this draft, they took every single player could have went in the first round that the Steelers took in this draft. Darnell Washington, the size, obviously, the blocking ability, man. The athleticism with the blocking ability, you're just adding another blocker. Najee Harris, Broderick Jones, Darnell Washington, the Georgia duo coming to Pittsburgh. So Steelers take Darnell Washington, tight end out of Georgia. Look, he's not a ton of plays, a lot of upside. I don't think they're going to use him much as a pass catcher, right?
Not right away for sure, right? As he still develops that part of his game, but maybe more down the road if you can get that out of him, with that kind of athleticism, and that's a big win, right?
Yeah, I think it's a big win. It's another red zone threat too. It's a lot you can kind of use there. So I obviously I love the pick. I love the Steelers draft so far. 8 tight ends taken in 3 rounds. That's a lot of tight ends.
I don't feel. We talked about it. This is the best tight end class we've seen in ages, right? So, Who's the best tight end left on the board now? With
Will Mallory, I'd say.
I have Josh
Wiley.
Josh Wiley ahead of him. I also have Cameron Latu ahead of him.
Okay, that's fair.
Latu could be a sneaky pick for the Bengals here.
Yeah,
because
could be. Sean, we have about 9-10 picks left. So you picking only there's one. Not anymore. Not anymore. Allen Robinson gonna be catching those touchdowns. EJ, they didn't throw him in the red zone, so we'll see if it happens.
Because they threw to Brock Bowers.
That's fair. When you have Brock Bowers, you don't really need to make the move. Brock Bowers, he's going to be a monster. I can't wait. Can't wait after I'm going to do my 2024 mock.
So this is the tampering trade down pick Arizona's on the clock with now.
Right. And then the Bengals, yeah.
And then the Bengals will be back up again. So Adebawore, man.
The Cardinals so far have taken Paris Johnson, B.J. Ojulari, and Garrett Williams. So pretty solid picks for a rebuilding team.
So maybe an interior defensive line, maybe a running back here.
Yeah, they do need a running back. We still have Izzy Banaconda, I think would be a good fit for them. That's here. I'm not sure if they consider Roschon Johnson. That would make a lot of sense.
My mind is blown that Adebawore is still available.
Where are you playing him? That's my question. Because you play him inside, I don't think he has the size to. I think he's going to be a run liability, and I think you play him off the edge. He's maybe not explosive enough.
So that could explain why he's still here, because he's a sub-package guy, right? So I hypothetically saying he comes off the board, say, in the next pick at 95. On pass downs, he's inside.
Got pick 94 if you want it.
Got the Cardinals. Let's do it. Cardinals pick is up.
Cardinals selects Senior Bowl standout Michael Wilson, wide receiver out of Stanford. What do you think about that?
Tremendous catch radius. Couldn't stay healthy at Stanford, right? And also had poor quarterback play, if we're going to be honest, at Stanford as well, but didn't play a whole lot.
What?
I didn't stutter. but showed at the Senior Bowl excellent separation, tremendous route runner, and like I said, catch radius for days. I love the pick here for the Stanford wide receiver going to the Cardinals at pick 94, Michael Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I think he takes a little bit too long to get off the line. Not as explosive as you want. He should be more physical, but yeah, I mean, he gets down the field quick. He run blocking, man. I mean, he's a run blocker too. I think will help out. I like him here. I think late 3, early 4 was a good spot for Wilson. You don't have a kind of another big receiver left. You know, I had Xavier Hutchinson over him, but Michael Wilson, my wide receiver 13. So we getting DeJuan Jones here?
I don't know what to think anymore. The Lions says I've got the Lions trading up here. Pelissero 20 seconds ago. I don't know if it's into the Bengals pick or not.
I would assume so, but we'll see. We'll wait for confirmation here. Pelissero's going nuts. So yeah, Steelers also like their Georgia players, right? George Pickens, Broderick Jones, Darnell Washington.
Keely Ringo still on the board here. Darius Rush still on the board. Corner.
South Carolina. A lot of SEC corners. Yeah.
I don't know. The Bengals could go in any different way here. Running back, tight end, corner. It says defensive line could be in play here.
Roshan's there.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it would be a tremendous fit for their offense.
Yeah, it looks like the Lions are moving up
to the Arizona's pick after this.
Okay, Arizona's pick after this.
So Arizona pick after this. So the Bengals
Bengals
tells me the Bengals pick is in. If Detroit's moving up on the clock behind the Bengals, so we'll look to those details in a minute.
Yeah,
that'll be pick 90.
I like a little Roshan Johnson action, you know.
So Detroit's going to come up for pick 96 with Arizona. We'll work on the details there. The Bengals pick is in.
Yeah.
As we wait for it to come about here.
Boom. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I mean, what who if you could pick here, what's your one pick?
It's just tough, man. I feel like the value of like even Ringo here is hard to pass
DJ Turner, you want
oh, I forgot about that. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Look, you can take 2 corners.
I'm white. No, you can't do that. So at Adebariye, I don't know. I don't like the tight end value at this pick. I think we're beyond that, unless it's Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion as an athletic specimen. I don't like it here, though. Running back feels good if it's Roshan Johnson. I'm not sure anybody or Abanikanda. I'd be good with that too. Here, yeah, tight end value feels off. Darius Rush at corner. God, I keep forgetting they took DJ Turner.
DJ Turner, baby.
I gotta go to bed, man. I'm tired.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll get this. I have the details on the trade for afterwards, after the pick.
Okay.
Nick saying Izzy.
The Bengals are going to be on the clock back to back here per Paul Danner Jr. That was not
the Lions. Yeah, that's kind of wild. So 2 picks for the Bengals. 2 picks in a row. You got it?
No.
Oh. you jumped down on the music.
I did. I thought our serviceman here, Vietnam veteran, was ready to announce the pick, but he was not.
he is not ready to announce the pick. So,
but hey, let's give this man his time. He's earned his time here.
Unlike Jason McCourty, I guess.
Unlike Jason McCourty, unlike Drew Pearson.
Oh my goodness! Back-to-back picks though.
No, that tweet from Tom Pelissero has been deleted.
The Lions one, right? Back-to-back.
It was yeah. Well, no, he said it was originally Cincinnati, but he's deleted that tweet. So maybe it meant to be Detroit.
Yeah, it is Detroit. Yeah, it's Detroit. Yeah. No, and someone's saying that's not accurate. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Someone's moving up for this next pick.
The Bengals take a safety, and it's Jordan Battle from Alabama.
Jordan Battle. Look, you lost. Paul was on the Bengals safety bandwagon. He said they needed one because they lost both their safeties. How do you feel about Jordan Battle, the safety out of Alabama?
I like Jordan Battle a lot better before this season. I feel like his play dipped a little bit. He's a good tackler in the open field, not as good as Branch. I'm not sure he's a great I don't think he's all that great of an athlete. This feels like a minor reach here, and I don't know that you necessarily needed safety here. So I'm not a 100% fan of this pick.
I think I had in my top 100. I mean, it's pretty close.
I mean, he was just outside on mine. I don't know. I don't feel the value, not the value, the need here.
Well, I mean, look, he's a good wrap-up tackler, reads running backs well. He's just not like super explosive and, long speed questions, but I think he's a solid reserve player. So the Lions are the team that made the
Lions pick here. And it's Broderick Martin, the defensive tackle from Western Kentucky.
A little bit of
here for the Lions. You've got those trade details.
I did, and then people were bashing the trade. It was pick 96 to Detroit for 122.
138 and 168.
Yeah. So 122 is what, a fourth round pick. 138's early fifth, and then they get the
168 also feels fifth.
That's a pretty good deal for the Cardinals.
Yeah. For Broderick Martin here, this definitely feels early, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that way. They obviously gave up a lot to get him. Now,
it's a need. It's a position of need for Detroit, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is a position of need. We thought maybe they could even take a Jalen Carter, right? Because I think Broderick Martin's similar, big-bodied, moves down the line well. He's very instinctual. He can two-gap, kind of a nose tackle. Not going to pass rush, but a really solid run tackler that is tough to block, even if you're a good offensive lineman. So I kind of get it early for me. I don't think I would have taken him in day two.
Yeah. Shrine Bowl comes off the board again here with Broderick Martin.
The Shrine, we did beat Galco, so in the mock contest. So obviously,
always good.
All right, we have the Washington Commanders pick.
Who have the Commanders taken at pick 97?
They are taking Ricky Stromberg, center out of Arkansas. Ricky Stromberg goes above Luke Whippler.
I like Stromberg. He's a fun player, man. He's I think he also offers some positional versatility there on the inside. Is center a need here? Is he going to play guard for Washington? They've got Rouillet, right, at center.
Yeah, he was announced. I think he's going to be announced as a center, but that doesn't mean anything. I think he can play guard, right? Because he's athletic, move, pull, nasty guy. I think sometimes he's a little raw. I think he tries too hard, just too reckless. But definitely a lot of upside. I like him in a wide zone scheme. I think this could be a decent fit. So
that's pick 97. Pick 98 is the Cleveland Browns on the board.
Yeah, Pierce still collecting football cards. Yeah. No cards to give away. We got to get on. Scott should have given us some of them next gen pieces, but Pierce won a couple last year. That was fun. I still got a Sean Shivers somewhere who's not getting drafted tonight. So if you want that.
So they need to add a pitch clock to announcing the picks. It's helped Major League Baseball, right? Why can't it help us here getting some of these picks announced?
Oh my goodness, that's funny. All right, so we got what three more picks in the top 100, then a couple more for round 3 here.
So we've got five more picks here in round 3. Cleveland slated to pick Cleveland, San Francisco, Las Vegas, San Francisco again, and then Minnesota will close us out tonight, barring any more trades. And God knows we've seen enough of those.
A lot of trades. Yeah. Biff is hoping for more running backs. We're not done yet. I honestly, I only think there's maybe 2, maybe 1 or 2 running backs left. Let's say 2 that could have went. But I mean, Tajay Spears, I didn't expect to go. So if we get 1 more, that'll be, I think, the amount I had in my top 100. So
that trade with Detroit and Arizona was the 16th trade tonight. Double what we said in the pre-show there.
Wow, that's wild. That is pretty wild. Broderick Martin with a nice 2.14 RAS.
That's got to be the lowest, right?
It's got to be the lowest so far, yeah.
That has been drafted so far.
Yeah. So Ricky Stromberg, center guard out of Arkansas, going here to the Washington Commanders.
So Zach Taylor, meeting with the Cincinnati media, said Jordan Battle immediately helps their special teams, which we know Alabama starters do play special teams. That's one of the benefits of drafting an Alabama player. Was a captain there. The Bengals love team captains. For those mocking Bengals players next year, know that they do love that. And so that's what they're getting. He's going to compete in the for a safety there with I guess with Scott, right? The guy they signed from the Rams would be who he would be competing with. And with Tyson Anderson, their 5th round pick last year, would be who he would be in competition with for that probably the third safety spot. Cleveland's pick is in. Do you have it?
I have not seen it. So I don't know. Cleveland they're picking at 98. What have they done? We saw the receiver move with Cedric Tillman, so we'll see if they get
that's their only pick.
That's their only pick. So can we get Adebawari perhaps?
I feel like the slide needs to stop here. Okay, so they go with the nose, and it's Siaki Ika from Baylor.
All right, my Jair Brown moving him out of my top 100, not. So Siaki Ika, man, I mean, he's a pure nose tackle, right? 335, hulking, 2 gap. He's tough. You won't move him off his spot. Big wingspan. That's all you got. That's all you're getting from him. So
you're not getting any pass rush at all from Ika. He's not an athlete. Doesn't have to be. He's going to occupy blockers. He's going to fill in the run game. And that's what you want him for. That's what you're drafting him for here. And this is the spot you draft a guy like this. You don't draft a guy like that in the 1st round. You draft a guy like that in the 3rd round. Good value here. Good pick for the Browns. And
so Jed York, the CEO of the 49ers, tweeted, "Let's kick this draft off right."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Could we get a kicker today?
We're not getting a kicker going at pick 99.
Jed York said it. Can we get a kicker? Pick 99. I don't think anyone
Come on.
Let's get Jake Moody. Let's do it. Oh man, now I'm hoping he's selling me some false hope here for the top 100 kicker pick.
And at pick 99, the 49ers select kicker Jake Moody from Michigan. This is ridiculous.
Yes, my number 1 kicker. Accurate, long distance accurate. Not the biggest 60-yard leg or anything, but any hash mark, man. Touchback percentage on kickoffs could have been a little bit better, but consistent setup. He's a consistent kicker. Best kicker in this draft by far. Senior Bowl missed out. The 49ers.
You know, and you basically called Nagy out on that. That he missed out on.
I've been saying that for a while, right? I've had Jake Moody number 1 for a while.
Jake Moody still shouldn't have been picked at pick 99.
No, probably not pick 99, but you know what? They really needed one. I mean, they really needed a kicker, and it's an important position.
Let's be honest; they're not going to be a whole lot of position players.
As Nelly's saying, more impactful than Tyron Davis Price will ever be.
I don't disagree. 49ers, not a whole lot of holes on that roster to fill with picks, but still, man.
Yeah.
No, they do not. They do not matter at all. B-Play, we're going live tomorrow, 10:50 a.m. Central, 11:50 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning, man. We're ready to go.
We're going. I'm pumped. I'm going to get a lot of running backs. I love the kicker pick.
If the whole world would love each other like Shane loves kicker picks, the world peace breaks out all over.
The only thing I would love better is a long snapper pick in the day 3. I love the long.
Shut your mouth.
We need Alex Ward to get drafted in this draft somewhere.
Alex Ward gets drafted, I'm leaving. I'm shutting the stream off.
If he gets drafted, what we got Cheeseman a couple years ago, right? Like a little long snapper action. Raiders pick is in for the final pick of the top 100. The last kicker was picked in the first 3 rounds. Brian, you remember? Roberto Aguayo from Florida State.
Second round pick.
Did not work out very well.
Did not. He did not work out as the last top 100 kicker from Florida State. That's for sure. Janikowski worked out, man.
I guess. I mean, he lasted a while. I don't know, but I still don't think it's a good pick.
Whatever.
Oh man, the Raiders.
It's
Jake Moody going before Keely Ringo and DeJuan Jones.
What is the world coming to?
Yeah.
So this is the last pick of the top 100. I don't think we're doing so hot, Shane. I'm going to be honest. I haven't added it up.
I'm hoping everyone else did bad, but you know. Yeah, not great. Not great. In the 80s, at least. At least get in the 80s.
I don't know. We'll run the numbers here. If we don't run them after pick 100, we'll definitely run them before.
Yeah, we can run them after the stream. I know no one else probably cares, so
yeah,
that's fine. We have the pick.
You're smiling way too much here.
Oh, I'm saying, it's a guy we do not have in our top 100. The Las Vegas Raiders take Trey Tucker, wide receiver from the Cincinnati Bearcats.
So a slot here for the Raiders replacing Hunter Renfrow?
Yes, a special teams guy. I don't think I ever tweeted that out. Yeah, special teams guy. Yeah, I mean, I think that's – I didn't think he'd go this high. Like, slot receiver, good speed.
Did he go ahead of Tyler Scott?
He did. He went ahead of Tyler Scott. So no Tyler Scott off the board, surprisingly. But, like, I don't know. He's small. He doesn't understand zone coverage very well. I don't think he works back to the quarterback at all. I don't see the production in the NFL.
Tyler Scott you speak of, or Trey Tucker?
Trey Tucker. I mean, I love Tyler Scott. I think Tyler Scott has skill set. I think Trey Tucker.
Tucker 234 on your board, 194 on mine. So obviously not a lot of faith in the Cincinnati slot, but another Senior Bowl player off the board here. 147 10-yard split though. I'll say that. That's quick.
Explosive off the line. I mean, Nagy was tweeting about him being a top 100 pick a couple months ago, and I was like,
there you go. He gets in there.
He gets in there. We're hitting that time where it's like take the guy you want, right? And that's it. They have Renfrow. Well, that's fair. Last year was not kind to Renfrow. Yeah, I'm not sure the analytics say take a kicker around 3, but 2023, so we need that. Yeah, Aguayo was a great, accurate college kicker. Couldn't kick in the NFL.
Jeff Risen tweeting about the Broderick Martin pick, Western Kentucky defense tackle to the Lions. He said, I didn't watch enough of Martin to have an opinion. He said, I had exactly 3 words of notes on him. Big mother bleep. So
there you go.
there's your analysis on the Lions pick from Jeff Risden.
Yeah. Well, that's one way to get it done, I guess. Oh, my. The Raiders.
In that trade up the Broncos made earlier, a note, they have 2 2024 third rounders. It's basically a trade that whichever third rounder is lower between theirs and New Orleans goes to Seattle.
Oh.
So the rare conditional trade like the NBA there does.
Ugh, that's gonna I'm not gonna remember that. That's gonna
no, you're not.
Mess up all my mock drafts for years.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, like Joe said, Broderick Martin had a lot of visits. Like Joe tweeted at me, the Lions may have gotten scared someone would take him because he had a lot of top 30 visits. So for Broderick Martin, pick 100. Oh wait, we have the 49ers pick at 101.
101 is in.
101 is in. I have it. And it's tight end number 9, Cameron Latu, tight end out of Alabama, goes to the 49ers, get kind of the backup, maybe, eventual replacement for George Kittle. I think Latu's a better player than he showed on the field. He's athletic, gets open with good footwork, reliable, dealt with injuries, not a great blocker. We'll see if they can coach him up here.
Yeah, I think Latu's a good route runner as well. I like this pick for the 49ers. So we'll see. We'll see how that works out. Definitely he's tight end 2 at best here for the 49ers, obviously. So we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think they needed someone. I think they needed a tight end 2 there. Like you said, not a lot of holes on that team. So this was one. Maybe not one you usually address in the third round, but
again, you've got a lot of picks here, and not a whole lot of these guys going to make a roster, right? So the Vikings pick is in. It's the last pick of the night.
All right. Let's see what we got. Vikings pick. We're gonna round out the night here. Took Jordan Addison. Day one, I thought that was a good pick, man. I'm excited for this offense a little bit for the Vikings.
Yeah, he'll replace Thielen in that offense.
But they haven't had another pick since. So
this is their
corner.
Their
corner makes sense to me.
Could be.
They have the pick. If you want it.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Yeah, sure. We can wait.
Go ahead, Shane. Drop
it's,
the pick.
Mekhi Blackman, cornerback out of USC. Mekhi Blackman, corner out of USC.
Another guy that Nagy's been pumping up here lately that was going to go higher than a lot of people had him.
Yeah, it sneaks into day 2. He's my corner 21. I'm a little surprised over some of the guys that are there, but you're getting very experienced. I mean, they ran multi-coverage, zone, man. But he's just small. He's not a physical player. To me, that turned me off watching the film. Like, he's not a tackler.
Yeah, I was way down. 288 on my board for Blackman. Just there's too many better corners available here to go with that.
I was over, Ringo Rush. I thought maybe they would want more of that press man type corner, but Blackman, I think, was moving up, like you alluded to. But this is a little high for me, but like I said, we're getting to the spot where I can't keep saying that. It's whatever goes.
So that's it. We're done for round 3.
Yeah. Best. You want to hit best available?
Let's do it. I'll go on my board first here. Best available player. There are. Tommy Adebawore, easily the top guy on my board, followed by Keely Ringo, DeJuan Jones, Darius Rush, Clark Phillips III, Antonio Johnson, Nick Herbig, Blake Freeland, Chase Brown, Luke Whippler on my board. Shane, on your board, top available is DeJuan Jones, Adebawore, Darius Rush, Antonio Johnson, Keely Ringo, Rashawn Johnson. Clark Phillips, Chandler Zavala, and Noah Sewell, top on available on your board.
Yeah, I mean, Izzy Banacana is there. Tyler Scott is there. Carter Warren, Henry 2020, guys I thought might go today. Jamie Robinson, Jalen Duncan. There's some good names here for day 2. Well, day 3 that didn't go on day 2. I'm excited for tomorrow. It's going to be a whirlwind. I hope you'll join us.
84 will be your score on the top 100, Shane. 16 fall off for you. 80 on the board for me. 20 fall off my board here. So
I would say 80s. If you're in the 80s, I think it's good.
I'm good.
I think it's good.
80 for you. 80. Shane, you're the master at this top 100, man. You got a couple of crowns, right? I don't know if 84. I don't know if 84 is going to win it this year. Probably not. But it feels good, right? So. But you got to think a lot of these guys that you're missing, everybody else probably missing as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple. 86 won last year, so I'm hoping.
You're in the hunt.
Hoping to get top 10 again would be nice. Because I'm getting the 5-year average in this year. We got to pump it up.
Yeah. So, man, everybody that joined us in the chat, man, thanks a lot. This has been awesome, and we'll be back here. 10:50 a.m. in the morning Central, 11:50 Eastern. We'll do the pre-show. Draft actually gets started at 11 a.m. Central, noon Eastern tomorrow. We'll be back day 3, pick 103 to pick 259. We're going to talk about every pick. I can guarantee you the TV will not. For Shane, I'm Brian, man. Follow us on Twitter, draftcountdown.com. We'll have the best available up on the board tomorrow morning.
And a fantasy mock draft.
Fantasy mock draft coming tomorrow afternoon. So that's right. So look forward to that, man. Again, for Shane, I'm Brian. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Good night.
Yeah.